Chapter 397. Chosun looked up at the peach blossom fairy and replied, "Long time no see. Brother Cho, after so many years, you are still so cold. Do you really not understand my feelings?" The peach blossom fairy was sad. Her pitiful look could make any normal man feel guilty and heartbroken. They would want to pull her into their arms and comfort her. Unfortunately, Chosun was not a normal man. His face darkened, and he directly said, "I don't understand, and I don't want to understand." After that, he closed his eyes and rested. The peach blossom fairy looked very sad, but she did not dare to disturb Chosun, so she left with grievance. The elders of the two sects were at loggerheads, and the disciples did not dare to communicate with each other. Bailan originally wanted to strike up a conversation with the two male disciples, but seeing Elder Chosun's attitude, she immediately dispelled the idea. The entire Fiend Corpse Valley was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, the Soul Devourer sect's people also arrived at the Fiend Corpse Valley on a white bone flying ship. The leading Golden Core Elder was 7 feet tall and had a dignified appearance. He held a skull in his hand, and when he saw Chosun and the Peach Blossom Fairy, he laughed and said, "You two came so early. Did you make an appointment beforehand?" Big brother Zhou Hua really likes to joke. The Peach Blossom Fairy glared at Zhou Hua and said sadly, "I wanted to ask Brother Cho out, but he ignored me. Chosun, it's not that I want to criticize you, but the curse on your body can be solved as long as you dual cultivate with the Peach Blossom Girl. Why are you unwilling?" Zhou Hua shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he was quite familiar with Cho Sr. Shut up. Chosun glared at Zhou Hua, then closed his eyes and went back to meditating. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to him. TSK, what a bad temper. Zhou Hua seemed to be familiar with Chosun's temper. He shook his head and didn't say anything more. He just chatted with the Peach Blossom Fairy about other things. The soul-devouring sect disciples were also made up of 5 men and 5 women. Although they were not as outstanding as the Joyous Union sect's disciples, they were all good with words and could call anyone their brother. Bailan and the soul-devouring sect disciples chatted enthusiastically, and the Joyful Union sect disciples could not bear the loneliness and quickly joined in. The atmosphere finally became lively. No one knew what they were talking about, but from time to time, someone would sneak a few glances at Yin Jyoga. After all, Yin Jyoga was the only Qi refinement disciple here. Even if he had perfected Qi refinement, there was still a huge gap between him and the foundation establishment stage. Yin Jyoga, on the other hand, was calm and let them size him up. Not long after, the disciples of the Wangue sect also came over on a broken ghost ship. The leading Jindan stage elder was wearing a black robe and looked gloomy. After getting off the boat, he nodded at Zhou Hua and Peach Blossom Fairy and then disappeared. Where did he go? Yin Jyoga could not help but send a voice transmission to Zishang. He went into the shadows. Zishang replied lazily. The Wangue sect cultivated ghost energy and hated sunlight the most. The other disciples also hid in the shadows. For the 5 great sects had already come, leaving only the Black Fiend sect. After a while, there was a sudden commotion in the surroundings. Many disciples looked at the sky and exclaimed in surprise. Yin Jyoga also looked up and saw a long black shadow swimming over from the blue sky that seemed to have been washed by water. When it got closer, she realized that it was actually a black flood dragon that was more than 200 feet long that was cooked with evil energy. The scales on the flood dragon's body were vivid and lifelike. Its 2 lantern-like red eyes shone with a ferocious light. Its huge body covered the sun in the sky, casting a dark shadow that made everyone feel suffocated. The flood dragon slowly landed on the empty ground next to them, and many people came down one after another. Other than the elders and disciples of the Black Fiend sect, there were also many elite disciples from other small sects and small aristocratic families. Yin Jyoga did not see Yi Rui and Wanli Mingxian in the Black Fiend sect. She retracted her gaze in disappointment. She knew that they would not come, but she still had some hope in her heart. Now it was completely shattered. At this moment, Zishang secretly sent a voice transmission to her. "The woman in pink under the tree on the left is Yusha. Yin Joga looked in the direction that Zishang pointed and saw a pink-clothed girl with a spirit snake bun under a locust tree. She saw that the girl had white teeth and red lips. Her facial features were exquisite, and there was a black mole on her left cheek. Probably feeling Yin Joga's gaze, she suddenly turned and smiled at Yin Joga. The two little dimples on her face were even more charming, and her eyes were like autumn water. Slowly, they were filled with curiosity towards Yin Joga. Yin Joga silently moved her gaze away, determined to stay away from her. Zishang, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and looked at Yusha up and down a few times, but he did not say anything to Yin Joga. At this point, the 5 devil sects had gathered in the Fiend Corpse Valley. The golden core cultivators of each sect gathered together to discuss the steps to open the Fiend Corpse secret realm. The yang energy is the strongest now. Let's open it now. Cho-san was very anxious. He did not want to wait another 15 minutes. Then let's open it. Peach Blossom Fairy immediately agreed. Zhou Hua had no objections, and the other elders did not say anything more. Cho-san led the other 4 golden core cultivators to the cave entrance of the Fiend Corpse Valley. Then he took out a black iron piece that was half a meter tall from his storage pouch and placed it on the ground. The other elders also took out the same iron piece and put it together. In the end, they pieced together the shape of a black fiend corpse. It was extremely similar to the token that Yin Joga had obtained. The 5 elders simultaneously injected spirit energy into the iron piece. The fiend corpse immediately exploded with a dazzling light. Then, it slowly stood up from the ground. Its hands pulled left and right in the air, making a tearing motion. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared in the air. Then, it quickly expanded into a door. The door was blurry, and no one could see what was inside. Disciples, hurry up and enter the valley. Zhou Hua shouted. The disciples of the 5 sects had already lined up. When they heard this, they immediately stepped onto their flying artifacts and flew neatly into the tunnel. The first to enter was Joyous Union Sect, followed by Yin Corpse Sect. Yin Joga was the first to step on his evil blade and fly in. Then Bailan and the others flew in one after another. After Si Yue entered, Peach Blossom Fairy prepared to close the cave entrance and interact with Cho Senator. However, she did not expect Cho-san to suddenly transform into a black light and rush into the Fiend Corpse secret realm. Big Brother Cho? Peach Blossom Fairy almost flew in as well, but Zhou Hua stopped her. You didn't suppress your cultivation. Do you want to be torn apart by the space? But Brother Cho, Peach Blossom Fairy was so anxious that she was about to cry. Cho-san never does things that he is not confident in. You don't have to worry about him. Although Zhou Hua said this, he felt very strange. There was nothing special in this Fiend Corpse secret realm other than the Fiend Pearl. It was indeed unbelievable that Cho-san was willing to suppress his cultivation to enter. At this time, Yin Joga had just entered the Fiend Corpse secret realm. He was holding his evil blade and looking around, afraid that the fiend corpses would suddenly attack. Wolf Fong, Bailan, and the others who followed him and were also of the same realm. When everyone was present, Yin Joga was about to say something when he saw a small figure fly in from the cave entrance. When it landed, it actually turned into Cho Senator. The disciples were all shocked. Bailan couldn't help but exclaim, Elder Cho-san, why are you here? Chapter 398. Is it something you should be asking? Cho-san looked at Bailan expressionlessly. This disciple deserves to die. Please forgive her, Elder. Bailan immediately knelt and begged for mercy, cold sweat pouring down her back. No one else dared to make a sound. Only Si Yue pleaded for Bailan. Elder, senior apprentice sister, I did not do it on purpose. Please spare her this time. Cho-san snorted coldly, then turned to look to the east, lost in thought. Si Yue hurriedly motioned for Bailan to get up. Bailan gave her a grateful look, then silently shrunk to the side. Although she was happy to have escaped, when she thought of Master's death order, she began to have a headache. How could she kill Yin Joga under Elder Cho-san's eyes, then bring that 1,000-year zombie to Master? It seemed that she would have to rely on senior apprentice brother Mo Jinyuan. Lan could not help but look at Mo Jinyuan, but found that he was smiling, his eyes only focused on the wolf Fong, not even looking at her. Damn, although Lan knew that senior apprentice brother Mo was gay, this was the first time she had seen him so infatuated with a man. What was so good about this wolf Fong? Lan was annoyed, but she could only comfort herself that senior apprentice brother Mo was not infatuated with Yun Jioga, otherwise things would be difficult. Yun Jioga did not notice Lan's complicated gaze. She was a little annoyed. She had planned to sneak away with Zishang after entering the Fiend Corp's secret realm, but she did not expect Chosun to come in, so it was impossible to leave. What's there to be annoyed about? Didn't you already guess that Chosun would come in? Zishang transmitted to Yun Jioga. I was just guessing. Who knew that he would really come in? Golden core cultivators value their lives, suppressing their cultivation to enter this damned place. What if they were accidentally killed by other sects? Chosun was too desperate. Since you're already here, just sneak away when you have the chance. Zishang comforted. Yun Jioga calmed herself down and observed the surroundings, looking for a sneak route. She saw a gray wasteland in the distance. The clouds in the sky were a strange black and red, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. This smell stinks. Yun Jioga frowned. She didn't know why, but as soon as she smelled the pungent smell of blood, she felt irritated and her blood rushed to her head. She quickly swallowed a tranquil pill. We're going to be in trouble. Zishang raised his head and looked at the thick black clouds above him with a solemn expression. What kind of trouble? Yun Jioga asked curiously. Remember to run faster later, Zishang replied cleverly. Yun Jioga quickly understood what he meant. The black and red clouds in the sky suddenly rolled, and sticky black and red raindrops fell one after another. They carried an incomparably fishy smell and had a strong corrosive effect. Wolf Fong and the others began to emit protective barriers of various colors. A faint purple mist also appeared around Yun Jioga's body, isolating him from the rain. Chosun released a monster monkeying corpse that could resist the baleful aura. Elder, this rain is too heavy. Why don't we find a place to take shelter? Siyue cautiously suggested. Their defensive artifacts had limited spiritual power, and they would be easily worn out after being exposed to the diabolical rain for a long time. Let's go. Chosun directed the monstrous monkey-ing corpse to the east. Yun Jioga and the others silently followed behind him. Lan stared at Yun Jioga's back and began to think if she could use this sudden black rain to deal with Yun Jioga, but she quickly gave up on that idea. After walking for an hour, she still couldn't find a place to hide. Her protective barrier couldn't hold on much longer. She didn't think that the first one to break would be the middle stage foundation establishment, Mo Jinyuan. Junior brother Wolf Fong, my protective barrier is broken. Please take me in. Mo Jinyuan came to Wolf Fong's side. His charming eyes were like silk, and his beautiful face was filled with a flattering smile. His defensive artifact wasn't strong enough, so it had been destroyed. His fiery red robe was damaged, and there were several red spots on his white arms, making him look very pitiful. Wolf Fong coldly looked at Mo Jinyuan. He didn't believe that Mo Jinyuan, a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, wouldn't be prepared for entering the Fiend Corp's secret realm for the second time. It was clear that he was just finding an excuse to harass him. Junior brother Wolf Fong, no matter what, we're still fellow disciples. Do you have the heart to watch me die? Mo Jinyuan looked like he was about to cry. For a man to act so pitiful, it was actually not ugly, and was actually quite seductive. If senior brother wants to find someone to help, you should go find senior sister Lan. Wolf Fong finally spoke. They weren't from the same mountain, so they weren't familiar at all. Isn't it improper for men and women to touch each other? Mo Jinyuan said, feeling wronged. Wolf Fong was speechless. Who in the entire Ing Corp sect didn't know that you liked men? Although his protective barrier could cover one more person, he didn't want Mo Jinyuan to take advantage of him. Junior brother Wolf Fong, if you're not willing, then forget it. Why push it to me? Although Lan was unhappy that Mo Jinyuan was pestering Wolf Fong, she was even more unhappy that Wolf Fong was using her as a shield. Junior brother Wolf Fong, I'm just staying here for a while. When the fiend corpses appear, I'll leave. I'm not staying here for nothing. How about 100 baleful pearls as compensation? Mo Jinyuan pestered Wolf Fong, using all kinds of temptations. Wolf Fong was annoyed to no end. Thinking that earning 100 baleful pearls wasn't bad, he finally agreed and opened the protective barrier a bit. Mo Jinyuan immediately went in happily. Then he placed a hand on Wolf Fong's waist and stuck close to him, using the excuse of saving spiritual energy. Wolf Fong had a tall and straight figure. He was a bit taller than Mo Jinyuan and was also stronger. He was filled with a manly aura. But on Mo Jinyuan's side, he was filled with a domineering aura, as if this man belonged to him. Bai Lan's teeth itched seeing this. She wanted to use this move on Yun Jioga, but seeing the Yin corpse next to her, she immediately gave up on that idea. Yun Jioga was looking at the scene of a man chasing another man with interest. Seeing the veins popping out on Wolf Fong's forehead, she couldn't help feeling happy in her heart. According to what she knew, evil sex and demonic sex also had male and female Dao companions. Isn't that funny? Zishang glanced at Yin Jioga. I think senior brother Mo doesn't have time to bother me anymore. Yin Jioga saw that Mo Jinyuan was quite interested in Wolf Fong. His eyes were glued to him. Anyone who came close would be stared to death by him. Even if they come, I'm not afraid. Zishang really didn't place a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator in his eyes. It's good to save some trouble. Yin Jioga quite admired Mo Jingyuan's tenacity. Wolf Fong was very independent. It wasn't easy to take him down. Zishang didn't care. He just looked into the distance and said, "Be careful. Trouble is coming." Yin Jioga immediately turned solemn. He looked into the distance and saw countless shadows walking over shakily in the hazy black rain surrounding them. Chapter 399. When the shadows came closer, Yin Jioga finally saw what they looked like. They looked like humans, but their bodies were gray and their eyes were blood red. Smelling the scent of humans, their speed became very fast, and they instantly arrived in front of Yin Jioga. They were low-level fiend corpses. Kill. Chosun did not say anything else and released 2 monster monkey Yin corpses to kill them. Jin Yanwei and Siyue stood on either side of Chosun, and Jinchuan was not far from Siyue. Bailan released her bone spikes. Yu Zian released her white bone abacus. Wolf Fong unceremoniously kicked Mo Jinyuan out of the barrier and then released his evil weapon bone spikes. They turned into several blood-red lights that shot at the fiend corpses. Mo Jinyuan did not get angry. His tattered red Taoist robes instantly recovered. Then, he formed a hand seal and a pitch-black bone dragon flew out from his storage pouch. Yin Jioga looked at the pitch-black bone dragon and his heart skipped a beat. It looked like the Black Fiend Sect's flying artifact. But the Black Fiend Sect was made of fiend chi and Mo Jingyuan's was made of all kinds of spirit bones that were soaked in black medicine. He probably wanted to show off in front of Wolf Fong. The bone dragon flew like it was cutting grass, killing several rows of fiend corpses much faster than Wolf Fong. He even accidentally stole Wolf Fong's target, making Wolf Fong's face turn even darker with anger. It was really interesting for a man to have a partner. Yin Jioga smiled as he released 5 evil blades, killing a row of fiend corpses with a slight twist. This brat's attainments in Yin spirit runes are not bad. Zishang killed the fiend corpses while talking to Yin Jioga. Senior apprentice brother Mo is also a Yin spirit master. No wonder Jin Yanwei did not say anything when he was causing trouble for Wolf Fong. He really was bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. It felt like Wolf Fong had found a good backer. Don't just kill. You have to take the fiend bead too. Zishang pointed at the fiend corpse's head. Yin Jioga used the evil blades to dig, and a pure white bead the size of a thumb appeared, releasing a gentle glow. Master, good stuff, good stuff. The little baby's voice suddenly sounded in Yin Jioga's mind. What, you want to eat it? If the little baby could change his taste, Yin Jioga would feel much more relaxed. It's not me who wants to eat it. It's the bamboo that wants to eat it. The little adorable baby was taking care of his beloved grass soul seed by the stream. The bamboo suddenly emitted a violent fluctuation, and the desire surged towards him, as if it was about to go crazy. All right then, give it a few to try. Yoga threw the baleful bead into the demonic tripod when no one was paying attention. The little baby eagerly piled up all the baleful beads around the bamboo and kept urging Yoga to kill more. This was exactly what Yoga was thinking. The spiritual energy contained in this baleful bead was comparable to a spirit stone. Killing it would be a profit. In the blink of an eye, Yoga and Zishang had killed more than 500 fiend corpses and thrown all the baleful pearls into the demonic tripod. Although the others did not kill as many as the two of them, they still killed 200 to 300 of them. However, as far as the eye could see, the fiendish corpses were still attacking them. Do you think Cho-san is trying to lure the flying corpses here? Yoga asked Zishang secretly. They had just entered the mystic realm, and before they could figure out what was going on, they had already attracted flying corpses. It felt very dangerous. It's very possible. If it was him, he would have chosen to finish the battle quickly. If that's the case, then we should stay further away. Yoga really cherished his life. Cho-san was suppressing his cultivation. Even if he brought many monster monkeying corpses, they still wouldn't be a match for the fly corpses. In this chaotic battle, they would easily become cannon fodder, so it was better to run further away. Chosen didn't say a word from beginning to end. He just kept ordering the monster monkey-eating corpses to kill, kill, kill. Those fiend corpses were like wheat being cut down in batches. The sticky black and red rain continued to fall, and everyone's protective barrier began to weaken. But seeing how serious Elder Cho-san was, no one dared to make a sound. They could only continue to kill. Just like this, Yoga killed another 500. At this time, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the group of fiend corpses and flew like lightning at Yoga. Yoga made a hand seal, and the evil blade flew over to cut the black shadow's neck, but it made a clanging sound. Although the black shadow wasn't killed, it slowed down and gradually revealed its face. It was a fiend corpse with a faint black glow. Iron corpse! Mo Jinyuan recognized this fiend corpse and immediately had the bone dragon come over to help, tightly wrapping around the iron corpse. Yoga used this chance to merge with the evil blade and cut off the iron corpse's head with a single slash. Mo Jinyuan took out a bone spur to cut open the fiend corpse's head, taking out an infernal bead the size of a thumb. Senior apprentice, Brother Mo, why is this iron corpse's infernal bead no different from the other fiend corpses? Yoga was a bit disappointed. She thought that the iron corpse's infernal bead would be a bit stronger. This is not an iron corpse, Mo Jinyuan said with a serious expression. If it's not an iron corpse, then what is it? Although Yoga had never been to the fiend corpse secret realm, she had heard of the iron corpse's appearance. It was black like this. The iron corpse's infernal bead is black. This is just a normal infernal bead. Mo Jinyuan shook his head. Then he looked up the sky and said, "Moreover, this infernal rain fell too early and for too long." The last time Mo Jinyuan entered the fiend corpse secret realm, after killing the normal fiend corpses, it began to rain. When the rain stopped, the iron corpse appeared. After killing the iron corpse, it began to rain again. When the rain stopped, the bronze corpses appeared. The cycle was very regular. But this time, it started with the infernal rain. The stench of the infernal rain was very unpleasant. It was nauseating and disgusting. And this ordinary fiend corpse that looked like an iron corpse. Its infernal bead was white, but its killing power was comparable to the iron corpse. If these ordinary fiend corpses were as strong as the iron corpse, then it would be really troublesome. Since Senior Apprentice Brother already noticed something was wrong, why didn't you say so earlier? Bailon scolded hatefully. If Senior Apprentice Brother Mo was more serious and didn't place all his attention on Wolfong, they would not have been so passive. How would I dare to speak without confirming the situation? Will you take responsibility if something happens? Mo Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and glared at Bailan. This team had Elder Cho's senator. He did not want to find trouble with them. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation was getting worse, he would not even want to speak up. There must be something wrong when something is out of the ordinary. Elder, shouldn't we take our time to think about it? Wolf Fong thought of the human-faced Peach King that appeared in the small secret realm. At that time, more than 1,000 disciples almost died there. That's right, Elder. We should be a bit more cautious. Siyue was also a bit nervous. Cho-sun looked at the increasingly thick red and black clouds in the sky and the never-ending infernal rain. He also felt that something was wrong. Jinyuan, do you have any good suggestions? Cho-sun was not a person who acted arbitrarily. Reporting to Elder, this disciple remembers that there is a resting area on the east side. We can go there first. Mo Jinyuan honestly said. All right, then we'll go east. Cho-sun immediately controlled the monster monkey corpse to go east. Chapter 400. Cho-sun's monster monkey corpses led the way. The further they went, the more fake iron corpses there were. Soon, there was a black mass of fake iron corpses. The fake iron corpses had high defense, speed, and killing power. They were very troublesome. If Cho-sun hadn't released the 6 monster monkey corpses to pave a bloody path, the disciples wouldn't have been able to move forward. Under Zishang's protection, Yunjioga kept killing fiend corpses and collecting fiend beads to put in the demonic cauldron. Wow, Master, your bamboo grew, but why is it so strange? The little baby exclaimed. After the bamboo absorbed all the fiend beads, it broke out of the ground and grew a small red ball. It gave off a strange light. Yunjioga took the chance to enter the demonic cauldron to take a look. He was curious about this strange thing and really wanted to plant it to see what it was. Master, take this chance to collect more fiend beads. I'll use them to plant a soul seed later, the little baby shouted excitedly. Master was usually too poor. It was rare to have such a good chance to get rich. He had to grasp it. Okay. Yunjioga was also full of fighting spirit. Once she came out of the demonic cauldron, she found that the fiend corpses suddenly moved away from her. They looked like they'd seen a ghost. Your bamboo is very interesting. Zishang also found that something was wrong. He quickly released his monster energy to attract the fiend corpses. Otherwise, if they all ran away, Cho-sun and the others would immediately find out it was Yunjioga's problem. You mean these fiend corpses are afraid of the bamboo? Yunjioga didn't believe it. How could the fiend corpses know the bamboo was in the demonic cauldron? Inside the demonic cauldron, the little baby was shaking his head to guide the aura on the bamboo out. He didn't know he was bringing trouble to Yunjioga. This is just a guess of mine. If I want to verify it, I need to get more fiend beads. Zishang knew the little baby better than Yunjioga, but he didn't think he'd be so brash. Okay, I'll try. Yunjioga raised his evil blade and was about to start killing. The fiend corpses all ran to the side, putting great pressure on Wolf Fong and Mo Jinyuan. You should dig fiend beads in the back. Zishang quickly stopped Yunjioga and then led the fiend corpses back. All right. Yunjioga looked at the fiendish corpses that littered the ground. Cho-sun's demon monkey had great destructive power, and the others were also busy protecting themselves behind him. No one had the time to dig for baleful pearls. It was really a waste. Although he would be scolded by them for picking up the leftovers, it shouldn't be a problem to dig it up and share it with them. Yunjioga quickly made her decision. The evil weapon's red light swooshed across the zombie's head, and the baleful beads flew into her storage pouch. Bailan was extremely dissatisfied with Yunjioga's actions. She wanted to protest, but when she saw Elder Cho-sun's frosty little face, she immediately swallowed her words. In the current situation, staying alive was more important. It wouldn't be too late to deal with Yunjioga later. Senior apprentice brother Mo, how long until we reach the safe zone? Siyue had killed so many evil corpses that she wanted to vomit. Another 500 meters. Mo Jingyuan's bone dragon abruptly rose into the air, quickly relaying the news. All right, let's work harder, everyone. Let's kill our way through in one go. Siyue immediately pulled herself together. Wolf Fong and the rest also perked up and followed behind Cho-sun to speed up. An hour later, Yin Jyoga suddenly heard the sounds of fighting in front of them. Cho-sun also heard it and asked loudly, "Which sect disciples are in front?" "We are from the Soul Devourer sect. Dao friend, please come and save us." An extremely pathetic voice was heard. Cho-sun, who had some friendship with the Soul Devourer sect's Zhou Hua, immediately led his disciples to kill them. The Soul Devourer sect's disciples were covered in a white protective soul weapon over their heads. They were holding magic weapons that looked like fire sticks as they killed the evil corpses. All of them were exhausted, and many of them were injured. When they saw Cho-sun leading reinforcements, they were first overjoyed, then shocked. "Elder Cho-sun, why are you here? If you want to live, then cut the crap. Follow behind us and continue forward." Cho-sun coldly threw out a sentence, then continued to kill towards the east. The Soul Devourer sect's disciples tactfully shut up and followed behind Yin Jyoga and the rest, carving out a bloody path. The safe zone was actually a messy pile of rocks. Tall rocks were piled up haphazardly. Those rocks were also black with a hint of red, but it was already very impressive that they could withstand the corrosion of the baleful rain. When everyone saw the pile of rocks, their spirits rose. They gritted their teeth and charged in. They never thought that as soon as they stepped into the pile of rocks, they would see a large pink net falling from the sky, coming at them. Chosun's expression did not change as he made a gesture at the monster monkey ing corpses. The 6 monster monkey ing corpses jumped high into the air, sending the pink net flying. "Elder Cho-sun," a surprised cry came from the pile of rocks. Following that, several girls wearing peach blossom red robes came out. They were the people from the Joyous Union sect. "What do you mean by setting up a trap here?" Bailon angrily said. Dao friend misunderstood. "We didn't want to set up an ambush. We were worried that the evil corpses would charge in, so we set up a barrier. There are no offensive runes on the net." The Joyous Union sect disciple quickly explained. Bailon wanted to curse again, but she was stopped by Mo Jinyuan. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. They harmed us like this, and you're blaming me?" Bailan's eyes turned red with anger. "Senior brother, don't blame this senior sister. She should have been affected by the baleful rain, and her blood chi is surging, so she can't control her temper. Quite a few of us were affected, but it's fine as long as we eat the youth version." The leader of the Joyous Union sect said, "This baleful rain really does affect a person's mood. Everyone has a clear heart pill. Eat a few." Mo Jinyuan let go of Bailon and took out a bottle of clear heart pills. He ate 2 and then gave it to Wolf Fong. "I have my own." Wolf Fong pushed away the pill Mo Jinyuan gave him and took out his own clear heart pill to eat. Mo Jinyuan was not angry. He silently put it away. Bailon did not care about ridiculing this couple. She just poured half a bottle of clear heart pills into her mouth, suppressing the anger in her chest. She was wondering why she was so easily angered this time. She thought it was because of the pressure. She did not think it was the influence of the baleful rain. "Elder Cho-sun, fellow Taoists, the disciples of the other sects are all inside. Everyone, follow me." The Joyous Union sect disciple led the way and walked into a tall pile of rocks. Yin Jyoga followed the Joyous Union sect disciple into the safe zone and found that the disciples of the 5 great sects were all gathered here, all of them looking battered and exhausted. After Cho-sun asked, he found out that everyone had encountered the same situation after entering the Fiend Corp's secret realm. First, it was the baleful rain. Then they were surrounded by normal fiend corpses. Following that, the killing power of the fiend corpses increased greatly, and the 5 great sects all suffered losses. Among them, Joyous Union sect was the worst off. They lost 2 males and 1 female, leaving only 5 females. "Elder Cho-sun, before we came in, Elder Peach Blossom told us to be on good terms with your Yin Corp sect. Please give us some pointers." The leader of the Joyous Union sect was an oval-faced beauty called Feng Ling Air. She was at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Those who entered the Fiend Corp's secret realm before come out and carefully analyze the difference. Cho-sun ordered without any politeness. Chapter 401. Those who could enter the Fiend Corp's secret realm twice were all core disciples of the 5 sections. They were Mo Jinyuan of Corpse Sect, Feng Ling, of Joyful Sect, Gue Ming of Thousand Ghost Sect, Qian Han of Soul Eater Sect, and Li Kuan of Black Fiend Sect. These 5 people all told their experiences. In the end, there were only a few points. First, the environment had changed. The land, the clouds, and the smell were all different from before. Second, the pattern had changed. The Fiend Rain and Fiend Corpses had overturned the previous pattern. Third, the Fiend Corpses had changed. They had the strength of Iron Corpses, but were still normal Fiend Pearls. Everyone was discussing the reason for these changes. Some said a Fiend Corpse King appeared in the Fiend Corp's secret realm. Some said the space was chaotic. Some said the secret realm's spirit energy had disappeared and was about to explode. Zishang, do you think they're right? Yin Jyoga sat in the corner and listened to the discussion. She was confused. She wouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter another king of the secret realm, right? She was lucky last time with the human-faced Peach King. It was hard to say if it happened again. It doesn't matter. Our goal is the Bloody Fiend Pearls and the treasure map. Cho-san will definitely use these guys to lure the flying corpses out. You should think about how to deal with the flying corpses. Zishang's concern was very practical. This is really a problem. Yin Jyoga started to secretly observe the disciples of the 5 sects to see if they would fall for Cho-sen's trap. Just then, a burning gaze landed on her without any disguise. It was as if it was going to burn a hole in her. Yin Jyoga instinctively looked back and saw a beautiful face. Her big watery eyes were shining, and the tear-shaped mole on her cheek was very obvious. It was Yusha from Center State Sect. Yin Jyoga silently looked away. She didn't seem to have revealed any clues about the demonic cauldron. She didn't know why this girl was looking at her like this. Ignore her. Zishang's voice came with a hint of anger. I'm not thinking about her. Yin Jyoga was wondering why Zishang was suddenly angry. Then she noticed a fragrant wind. Yusha snuck into the corner with a smile and sat close to Yin Jyoga. She smiled sweetly and said, "You must be senior brother Yun Jio from Corpse Sect. I'm Yun Jio, but I really don't deserve to be addressed as senior brother." Her cultivation base was at the early stage of Jade Fiend Foundation establishment. Yun Jyoga should be the one calling her senior sister or senior. Senior brother Yun Jio, I've heard about you before, and I've always admired you. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't mind. Yusha handed over a storage pouch to Yun Jyoga in a fawning manner. There were no restrictions placed on the pouch. The pouch was slightly opened, and one could see that it was filled to the brim with killing pearls. There were at least 1,000 of them. Miss Yusha, you're too kind. I can't accept a reward without doing anything. I can't accept this. Yin Jyoga rejected decisively. She did not want to get too close to a dangerous person like Yusha. I know these murderous pearls are worthless. Unfortunately, I accidentally lost my storage pouch when I was fighting earlier. I don't have anything good on me now. Yusha looked like she was about to cry. It was as if she was feeling inferior for not being able to give the person she loved the most. Of course, Yin Jyoga was not delusional enough to think that Yusha liked him, but he was a little tempted by these murder pearls. That strange plant and the grass soul seed both needed murderous pearls to cultivate. However, the murderous pearls that she had picked up earlier were not easy to use. She could trade them for something else. If Miss Yusha wants a trade, I have quite a few pills and charms here. Take a look and see which one you want. Yin Jyoga said, Senior brother Yin Jio is such a good person. I just happen to be lacking in clear heart pills. Why don't we trade for a bottle? Yusha's tears immediately turned into a smile. Her pair of beautiful eyes were still glistening with tears as she stared straight at Yin Jyoga. Her adoration for her was clear as day. 1 bottle is too little. I'll give you 3 bottles of clear heart pills and 2 bottles of spirit recovering pills. Yin Jyoga handed over the pills. When Yusha took them, she hooked her finger around Yin Jyoga's palm. Her eyes were especially rippling. Yin Jyoga's scalp immediately went numb. She had been laughing at Mo Jinyuan for pursuing Wolfong earlier, and now it was her turn. Although she looked like a man on the outside, She was a genuine girl on the inside. She was only interested in Zishang. Zishang's eyes, which were hidden behind the Yin energy, were as sharp as knives. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a Yin corpse, he would have beaten this shameless Yusha to death. Don't think that you can hide from my eyes just because you possess a woman's body. At this moment, a sharp voice rang out. Junior brother Yunjio, you've gone too far. Bailan suddenly stood up and pointed at Yunjioga as she shouted, Elder Cho's son, we were killing the fiend corpses at the front, but junior brother Yunjio was picking up the baleful beads behind us. You've gone too far. Senior sister Bailan has misunderstood. The baleful beads I picked up are all here. I was going to give them to Elder Cho's son later. Yunjioga had an innocent expression on his face. Hey, you're clearly trying to take everything for yourself. Elder Cho's son, please don't fall for it. Bailan had finally managed to grab hold of Yunjioga's weakness. She really wanted to stomp him to death. Shut up. Cho-san came back to his senses and said impatiently to Bailan, if you have the ability, you could go ahead and dig. No one will stop you. Bailan was speechless. In that situation, it was good enough that she could stay alive. She didn't have a mood to dig up the baleful beads. Once you get it, it's yours. Don't hand it over stupidly. Cho-san glanced at Yunjioga. To be honest, he didn't care about the baleful beads. Yes. Yunjioga nodded, very convinced. She wouldn't tell Cho-san that she had dug up more than 10,000 baleful beads. Since Cho-san didn't want it, she could just give it to the baby in the demonic tripod. The little cute baby immediately piled on top of the strange bamboo, and then squatted beside it to watch its changes. Half of Yunjioga's attention was on the demonic tripod, and the other half was on Cho-sen's movements. Given the current situation, we can't just hide here. We have to investigate the situation in the mystic realm. Otherwise, we'll be more and more passive, Cho-san said in a low voice. The disciples of the 5 sects looked at each other. No one dared to speak. No one wanted to leave this safe zone to face the endless fiend corpses. Yunjioga could understand their feelings. Everyone was afraid of being ordered around by Cho's senator, to be honest. She was afraid herself. Cho-san glanced at everyone, and an inexplicable light flashed through his eyes. Then he continued, before entering the mystic realm, did the sect tell you under what conditions you can leave the mystic realm? Yes. Feng Ling, and the others nodded. The mystic realm would be open for 10 days. Everyone had to obtain 10,000 normal baleful beads before they could leave. In other words, it was equivalent to 5,000 iron beads, 3,000 copper beads, 1,000 silver beads, 500 iron beads, and 1 fly corpse bead. Do you think you can gather so many baleful beads in your current situation? Chosen's question hit the nail on the head. Chapter 402. Feng Ling, and the others immediately fell silent. When they were surrounded, they only wanted to kill their way out. They were not in the mood to dig for baleful pearls. It was already good to have 1,000, far from 10,000. Now that ordinary corpses were at the level of Iron Corpse, it was very difficult for each of them to gather 10,000 baleful pearls. If you listen to me, I can guarantee that you will complete the mission. Cho-san began to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Elder Cho-san, if you have any good ideas, please enlighten us. Feng Ling said respectfully, you don't want to go out because you are afraid of not having anyone to rely on. If that's the case, we will use this safe zone as our base and form a triangular formation to kill the corpses. Chosen looked very confident. Feng Ling, Ali Kuan, 1,000 Spirits, and the others looked at each other and were a little tempted. That is indeed a good idea. Mo Jinyuan took the initiative to say, in the past, the corpses would not go near the safe zone. If we want to kill them, we have to go deep into the secret zone. There are no safe places to hide there, and it is very dangerous. If we can kill the corpses at the entrance of the safe zone, we can come back to rest when we are tired or injured. The danger will be much lower. This is very important. We have to think about it carefully. Feng Ling, and the others did not dare to agree hastily. Everyone is tired today. Rest well, and we can reply tomorrow. Chosen knew that they would definitely agree. Senior brother Yunjio, Can I team up with you? Yusha said pitifully. Didn't you come with the Black Fiend sect? Yinjoga really did not understand why this girl was relying on him. We're just hitching a ride with them. We're not familiar with the people from the Black Fiend sect. Senior brother Yinjio, as long as you're willing to team up with me, once I've gathered 10,000 baleful pearls, you can have the rest. Don't worry, I'm very powerful. Jade Fiend kept trying to sell himself. He almost took out a contract to sell himself. Yinjiogu believed that Yusha was very strong. Other than the 5 demon sects, the other small sects and aristocratic families each had 2 spots, making a total of 10 people. Those people were all dead, and only Yusha was left. Moreover, she was able to gather more than 1,000 baleful pearls. But because she was so strong, Yinjiogu did not dare to believe her and was afraid of being tricked. On top of that, Zishang did not like Yusha, so she had even more reason to reject him. I think this Yusha is not bad. Master can still trust him. Little Meng Hua suddenly said, How do you know that she's not bad? Yinjoga didn't know that the little boy could tell fortunes apart from planting grass. She gave you all the baleful beads on her body. Of course it's not bad. The little baby said plausibly. I also gave her the pill, okay? Yinjoga felt that the little baby's reason was too ridiculous. In any case, she's not bad. The adorable little baby was in the wrong. How could it possibly tell Yinjoga that it smelled the scent of 10,000 kills from Yusha's body? Although it had been sealed by that pervert Wan Sha for 5,000 years, it couldn't be denied that Wan Sha was still very loyal and infatuated with its master. Yusha stared at Yinjoga's changing expression in a daze. No one would have thought that the goddess, who was so strong that people looked up to her, would be so weak after reincarnating. She was so weak that it seemed like she could be poked by a finger. It really made people want to bully her. However, Yusha only dared to think about it secretly. Otherwise, when the goddess recovered her memory and cultivation base, she would have to bear the consequences. Yinjoga didn't know that Yusha had ill intentions towards her. She even said to Zishang in a sweet and innocent manner, The little baby said that this Yusha is not bad. What do you think? Now that the Fiend Corpse Mystery Land was filled with danger, it was always good to have more trustworthy helpers. Zishang's expression was gloomy. If he could, he really wanted to kick Yusha out of the Mystery Land. However, the person who was most worried about Yinjoga's safety here was him and the person who possessed Yusha. In order to help Yinjoga get the bloody, baleful beads, temporary tolerance was necessary. Zishang suppressed the jealousy in his heart and said to Yinjoga calmly, Team up with her. Compared to his own feelings, Yinjoga's matters were more important. All right. Yinjoga had complete trust in Zishang. She immediately nodded at Yusha. I'll team up with you. Senior brother Yunjio won't regret it. Yusha moved closer to Yunjoga. Her soft chest was pressed against her hand. Yunjoga was instantly speechless. Although she had been pretending to be a man for the past 2 years, she still did not have the intention to be a lesbian. Senior brother Yunjio, let me tell you, Black Fiend sex Li Kuan and Soul Devourer sex Qianhun are interested in that Feng Ling However, Feng Ling likes your Corpse sex Mo Jinyuan. Yusha whispered beside Yinjoga. Really? Yinjoga was a little excited when she heard this gossip. She took a closer look at Li Kuan and Thousand Spirits. Li Kuan had a single eyelid and a thin mouth. He looked cold and heartless. Thousand Spirits had a baby face and was all smiles. One look, and one could tell that he was easy to get along with. The two of them were discussing something together. Every now and then, they would glance in Feng Ling's direction. Feng Ling, on the other hand, was sitting next to Mo Jinyuan and talking softly. The two of them were a perfect match. Just based on their looks alone, they looked like a perfect couple. Feng Ling doesn't know that senior brother Mo likes men. Yinjoga could not help but ask. It's only when you know that there's a challenge. To be able to straighten the Jingu Bang is such a sense of accomplishment, Yusha said while grinning. Straighten it? Isn't she afraid of going too far and directly breaking it? Yinjoga asked seriously. Senior brother Yinjio, is so humorous. Yusha laughed like a flower. Then, She continued to point at a voluptuous and enchanting woman from the Joyous Union sect and said, I heard that Hu Lingling and your corpse sex Wolfong are quite close. Back then, she almost slept with him. Yun Jioga recalled how Wolfong looked when he was poisoned by the peach blossom charming bone poison. Could it have been this Hu Lingling who poisoned him? Coincidentally, Hu Lingling stood up and twisted her body towards Wolfong. Before she could say anything, she was sent flying by Mo Jingyuan's palm. Senior brother Mo, what's the meaning of this? Feng Ling stood up with an extremely unfriendly expression. Although she liked Mo Jingyuan as the leader of the Joyous Union sect, she had to stand up for her sect's disciples. Senior sister Feng, I just wanted to greet senior brother Wolfong. I don't know why senior brother Mo hit me. Junior sister Hu laid on the ground and cried, her breasts bouncing up and down. Many male disciples were watching with great interest. You dare to touch my people? You're courting death. Mo Jingyuan's beautiful face was filled with hostility. Your people? Feng Ling looked at Wolfong with disdain, as if she was looking at a little bitch. Wolfong's face was cold, as if he did not know who the little bitch Feng Ling was talking about was. Jin Xuan, Si Yuiwei, and Jin Yanwei surrounded Cho's son and fawned over him. Bai Lan's eyes were fixed on Yun Jioga, while Yu Zian was still calculating. No one came out to smooth things over, and the scene immediately became awkward. Chapter 4:03. If you have the energy to fight over a girl, why don't you save it for tomorrow? Chosun said coldly. The sparks immediately cooled down. Mo Jingyuan sat next to Wolf, while Feng Ling pulled Hu Lingling back to Joyful Sect. Although everyone quieted down, their faces were uneasy. They seemed worried about tomorrow's cooperation. Senior brother Yunjio, don't worry. I'll protect you tomorrow. Yusha blinked and bumped Yunjio's arm with her full chest. Yunjioge had goosebumps. He quietly moved closer to Zishang. Zishang looked at Sha silently. If Wan Sha was next to him, he would be a little worried. However, that brat wanted to use a woman's body to seduce Yunjioge. He really thought too highly of himself. The disciples of the five sects all had their own thoughts. The night passed without words. The next day, outside the safe zone, there were still corpses everywhere. Fortunately, the rain had finally stopped. The rain has stopped, and the bronze corpses have appeared. I don't need to explain how dangerous it is. I hope everyone can earn enough baleful pearls today to leave the secret realm as soon as possible. Chosan said seriously. Yes. The disciples nodded. No one dared to joke around with their lives. Next, Chosan started to explain the formation to fight against the corpses. He would lead the Corpse sect disciples in the middle road. Joyful sect and Soul Eater sect would be on his sides. Further out would be Thousand Ghost sect and Black Fiend sect. Although these two sects were a little far from Chosan, they were closer to the safe zone, so they didn't have any objections. Arrange yourselves. It's best if two teams take turns to kill the corpses. Chosan meant for each sect to arrange themselves. This way, they could save energy and have time to dig for the baleful pearls. Otherwise, it would be a waste if they killed the corpses. Yes. Feng Ling and the others immediately arranged. Black Fiend Sect's Li Kuan glanced at Yusha. Yusha quickly pulled Yun Jioji's sleeve. Yun Jiogu immediately understood and said to Chosun, Elder, Lady Yusha will come with me. Chosun glanced at Yusha and said indifferently, Up to you. Corpse sect was under the most pressure in the middle road. Having more people would help. Thank you, Elder. Yusha politely replied and then smiled sweetly at Yun Jioge. Yun Jioge had goosebumps all over his body again. He quietly pulled Zishang and followed behind Cho Sr. Let's go. Cho-sun released the 6 monster monkeying corpses and let everyone out of the safe zone. As far as the eye could see, the mountains and plains were covered in pitch-black, evil corpses, and the sight of them caused their scalps to go numb and their legs to go weak. Yun Jioge could not help but swallow his saliva. To be honest, if Cho-sun had not entered the arcane realm and played a leading role among the disciples of the 5 sects, the disciples of the 5 sects might not even have the courage to walk out of the safe zone. Begin. Chosun calmly waved his hand, and the six monster monkey Een corpses charged at the fiend corpses. On the Een corpse sect side, Emo Jinyuan, Siyu Yue, Jin Chuan, and Yu Zian were in the first echelon. Bailan, Jin Yanwei, and Wolf Fong were the second echelon, responsible for digging baleful pearls. With Zishan around, Yun Jioga did not have to go to the front lines. He only had to concentrate on digging baleful pearls at the back. Yusha's magic weapon was a bronze mirror carved with a picture of 10,000 devils. Not only could the red light it emitted kill ferocious corpses, but it could also affect the movements of the surrounding ferocious corpses. Zishang's weapon with a long blade condensed from Een energy, and it was incomparably sharp. The two of them stood side by side in front of Yun Jioga, and their coordination was very good. Wave after wave of ferocious corpses fell behind them. Yun Jioga followed behind them, happily digging baleful pearls. The other teams would rotate every hour, but Yusha and Zishang kept on, not showing any signs of exhaustion. Bailan sneaked a glance, and was so jealous that she almost went crazy. In a moment of carelessness, the fiend corpse grabbed her arm and almost pulled her in. Luckily, Mo Jinyuan commanded the bone dragon in time to help her resolve the crisis. If you want to live, focus. Don't think about those useless things. Mo Jinyuan glared at Bailan fiercely. If it were not for the fact that they were from the same mountain, he would not care if she died. Bailan's expression was very ugly, but she did not dare to be distracted. She focused on fighting the fiend corpses. The weakness of these fake iron corpses was their chests. After getting used to it, killing them would be very fast. 2 hours later, everyone had accumulated several thousand baleful pearls, and their fighting spirit was getting higher and higher. At this moment, a bronze color appeared in the distance. Everyone, be careful. The bronze corpses are coming. Their weakness is their necks. Mo Jinyuan reminded everyone loudly. Everyone's expression turned serious, and they were all on guard against the bronze corpses' attacks. The bronze corpses had higher defense and attack power than the iron corpses. They were especially fast and were extremely difficult to deal with. However, Yusha's copper mirror happened to restrain the bronze corpse's speed. Kill this side. Yusha controlled the copper mirror to cover a group of bronze corpses. Zishang immediately chopped off the heads of the bronze corpses. Yun Jioga used his evil saber to cut open the bronze corpses' heads, but found that the baleful pearls inside were still white. They were just a little bigger than normal ferocious corpses. Senior brother Mo, the baleful pearls of these bronze corpses are still white. Yun Jioga asked loudly. How was that possible? Mo Jinyuan frowned. These bronze corpses were no different from the ones that appeared in the secret realm. Why weren't the baleful pearls bronze? Senior brother Mo, could it be that these iron corpses and bronze corpses are real, but their baleful pearls have been drained of their power by something? Feng Ling guessed. Now is not the time to study this. Mo Jinyuan looked up at the gradually gathering black and red clouds and said, Let's quickly kill more before the baleful rain arrives. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, the pitter-patter of the baleful rain descended. No one dared to fight it head-on in the rain, so they could only retreat to the safe zone. The bronze corpses could not enter, so they kept swaying outside. When the rain stops, the silver corpses will appear. Mo Jinyuan sighed. The silver corpses would definitely be more difficult to deal with. Now that things have come to this, we can only fight on. Chosun's expression was cold, but his heart was very excited. As long as things went smoothly, the flying corpses would appear soon. Yun Jioga had the same idea. When the flying corpses appeared, they must find out their weaknesses. Only then would they have the confidence to kill one alone with Zishang. This time, the baleful rain stopped very quickly. Chosun immediately urged everyone to go out and kill the enemies. Very quickly, the silver corpses appeared, and the disciples of the 5 sects began to die. The 10,000 Ghost sect and Black Fiend sect that were farther away from Chosun each had a male disciple die. Hu Lingling and Bailan were heavily injured. The two of them returned to the safe zone to bandage their wounds before quickly entering the battle. In this situation, if they didn't take the chance to dig out more baleful pearls, it would be very hard to collect 10,000. Don't think about others helping you. Everyone was only thinking about their own lives. Like this, the baleful rain fell twice, and the golden corpses finally appeared. Yun Jyoga looked at the golden light in the distance and felt his throat go dry. Feng Ling and the others immediately turned around to rush back to the safe zone, but they found a row of monster monkey-eaten corpses standing behind them. Chosen's brows were filled with hostility. Chapter 404. Elder Cho's son. What is the meaning of this? Feng Ling Thousand Spirits, Li Kuan, and Gue Ming's expressions all changed. I also want to ask you, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to kill the other disciples by running now? Chosen's eyes seemed like he could see through their thoughts. Feng Ling and the others' faces turned white. Although they did not have enough infernal beads, as long as they split the number of dead disciples, they would be able to reach the required amount. As for the other disciples not having enough, they would just have to fight for it themselves. Who would care about that much? This matter could be done in secret, but it wouldn't look good if they did it out in the open. Senior apprentice sister, save us. Fu Lingling and the others who were blocking at the front all begged for mercy. They couldn't hold on much longer. Either we live together or we die together. You can choose for yourselves. Chosen, of course, did not want to save Fu Lingling and the others, but defeating this wave of golden corpses would attract the flying corpses. They could not afford to make a mistake at this critical moment. Elder is right. It was our mistake. Thousand Spirits was very sensible as he took out his magic weapon to join the battle. Elder Cho's son was temperamental and could not be relied on. If they were at odds with their fellow disciples at this time, their situation would be even worse. Feng Ling Li Kuan, and Gue Ming also realized this point and immediately returned to their sects to help. The silver corpses gradually retreated, and the golden corpses gradually approached. There were two kinds of golden corpses. One kind was thin and weak. Although their defense wasn't high, they were very fast and had a strong killing power. The other kind was tall and strong. Although they were very slow, the dark golden light they emitted had a strong defense, making people's hearts tremble. The 5 sect disciples all wanted to die when they saw the golden corpses covering the mountains. Luckily, Cho's son released 6 more monster monkey-eaten corpses and scattered them into a large triangle formation among the 5 sections. He also had the 5 sect disciples form a small triangle formation with 2 monster monkey-eaten corpses. The monster monkey-eaten corpses could use their infernal chi to create a strong defense, so the 5 sect disciples were able to resist the attacks of the golden corpses. Originally, they had split into 2 groups to take turns, but now they could only choose the most heavily injured person to dig out the infernal beads. But digging out the infernal beads was not easy. Not only did they have to go all out to dig out the infernal beads, they also had to be careful of being ambushed by the corpses. Yin Jyoga was no exception. At this time, Yusha was standing on the left side of the monster monkey-eaten corpse, holding the bronze mirror and shining it on the speed-type golden corpses running at the front. Zishang stood to the right of the monstrous monkey-eaten corpse. A long blade condensed from Yin Chi suddenly chopped down, then suddenly turned into small blades, appearing strange and unpredictable. Yin Jyoga only cared about digging up baleful pearls. The golden corpse's baleful bead was no longer pale white, but had a faint golden hue. They were placed in piles on the strange branches by the little cute baby. It looked very spectacular. After eating so much, there should be some changes. The little baby muttered as he squatted beside the strange branch. In order to raise this stupid thing, he didn't even care about his favorite grass soul seed. He used all the spirit energy in the demonic tripod to worship it. If it still couldn't grow, then don't blame me for using extreme methods to help it grow. He didn't know if it had heard the little baby's thoughts, but the red ball changed again. The red light grew upwards and elongated into a red tree. However, its branches and leaves were all made of black mist. The mist was like a dream, like it had a mysterious power that could pull people's minds in. Heavens, it's actually the soul-returning wood. The little baby jumped up from the ground exaggeratedly. Soul returning wood. Isn't that one of the 4 sacred woods? Yunjoga was also extremely shocked. That's right. It's one of the 4 sacred woods. If someone loses their soul, they just need to use this wood to refine a pill for them. Even if their soul returns to the underworld, they can come back. Although the little baby had 5 or 6,000 years of history, this was the first time he had seen the soul returning wood. It was no wonder he couldn't recognize it first. Then we're rich. Yunjoga was a bit excited. A treasure that could save a life was always the most valuable. Please, other people would use this treasure as a family heirloom. How could they sell it for money? The little baby had a disapproving expression. He felt that after his master reincarnated, his mind had become stupid. How could this kind of priceless treasure be measured with money? I'm just saying, do you really think I'm stupid? Yunjoga rolled her eyes at the little baby in annoyance. While she was distracted, a speed-type golden corpse suddenly broke through the demon monkey's defense and grabbed at her. Before she could take out her evil blade, Zishang and Yusha had already attacked the golden corpse at the same time. The golden corpse was instantly blown to pieces. Zishang snatched the baleful bead and brought it in front of Yunjoga. Yusha was a bit depressed that her limelight was stolen. She looked at Zishang strangely and said, "Senior brother Yunjio, your corpse is not bad." She purposely gritted her teeth and emphasized the word corpse. It's all right. Yunjoga didn't dare to say more. If Chosun found out that Zishang, this 1,000-year-old corpse, was a fake, it would be troublesome. Zishang couldn't speak, as he was a corpse. He was too lazy to transmit his voice to Yusha. He turned the Chi blade in his hand and slashed a few golden corpses at Yusha. Yusha panicked and almost got hit. She said to Yunjoga with grievance, "Senior brother Yunjio, your corpses are bullying me. That's too much." Yunjoga pretended she didn't hear it. Of course, she would protect Zishang between Yusha and Zishang. Zishang's reply was to slash a few more golden corpses over. Yusha didn't dare say another word. She could only curse in her heart. That damn Zishang, he was still as stingy, overbearing, and sinister as before. Yunjoga quickly dug out the baleful bead of the golden corpses and looked over the others. Siyu Yue, Jin Yanwei, and the others were quite relaxed around Cho's senator. The other corpse sect disciples were also fine. After all, the 3 monster monkey corpses protecting Cho-san were the strongest. They were all late Foundation establishment stage cultivators. The disciples of the other 5 sects were in a much more difficult situation. Even the strongest Feng, Ling, Air, and 1,000 spirits were injured. The others could only bitterly hold on, but they didn't dare retreat. They were relying on the monster monkey corpses to hold them back. Offending Cho-san would mean certain death. Be careful. The flying corpses are coming. Zishang raised his head to look at the thick red and black clouds. He saw the fiendish rain begin to fall again. The speed golden corpses suddenly all turned around and retreated to the side of the defensive golden corpses. Like soldiers hearing the general's order to assemble, the originally scattered formation became incomparably orderly. The speed golden corpses no longer ran around. Instead, they hid behind the defensive golden corpses and formed a spear and shield formation, giving everyone a large amount of pressure. Flying corpses, it must be the flying corpses. Elder, let's quickly return to the safe zone. That's right, we've collected enough baleful beads. As long as we can hold on for another 5 days, we'll be able to leave the secret realm. The disciples of the 5 sects were scared out of their wits when they saw the golden corpses formation. They couldn't wait to return to the safe zone and hide. Chapter 405. If you can't kill the flying corpses, none of you can think about going back. Chosen's cold and cruel voice rang out amidst the fiendish rain. The safe zone behind them exploded with a bang. The first half of the safe zone was immediately occupied by the silver corpses, forming a natural moat between the disciples and the rest of the safe zone. If he wanted to return to the safe zone now, he would have to pay a greater price. Elder, are you crazy? Feng Ling screamed hysterically. Even the Corp's sect disciples were so angry that their eyes turned red. This was their only way to survive. The mystic realm has changed a long time ago. You can only survive by killing the flying corpses. You should be glad that I'm here. Otherwise, you'd all be dead. Chosun did not care about the hatred these disciples had for him. As long as they could help him kill the flying corpses, that was enough. Although the disciples of the 5 sects hated Chosun, they did not dare to offend him. In the end, it was Feng Ling who broke the death-like silence. Elder Chosun, if we help you kill the flying corpses, can you guarantee that you won't kill us or snatch our baleful beads? I'm not interested in your lives or your baleful beads. As long as you help me kill a flying corpse, I can guarantee that you will return to the safe zone. Then, you can leave the Fiend Corp's secret realm in glory. However, if anyone dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. A light flashed in Chosun's eyes, and the monster monkey corpses scattered around them stomped their feet, causing the entire ground to shake. I hope Elder can keep his word, Feng Ling said through gritted teeth. Qian Hun, Li Kuan, Gue Ming, and the others remained silent. Now that things had come to this, what else could they do but obey? You don't have to worry too much. Apart from being able to command the golden corpses, the flying corpses' biggest characteristic is their invisibility. I'll use a charm to break their invisibility later. Everyone just needs to use their divine sense to carefully sense it, then we'll be able to attack it. Chosun slapped his storage bag and took out another 10 monster monkey corpses, forming an inverted triangle with the original formation. A total of 32 high-level monster monkey corpses finally calmed the hearts of the disciples of the 5 sections. It was then that the golden corpses began their assault. Wave after wave of golden corpses surged over. Although the defense of the 32 monster monkey corpses was shocking, their numbers were limited. Yun Jioga and the others were like a small boat in a golden ocean, bobbing up and down in the waves as they welcomed the attacks with trepidation. Wolfang's cultivation was the lowest among the Corp sect disciples, and he had only been in Foundation establishment for 2 years. This kind of strong attack was extremely taxing on him. At this time, his forehead was full of sweat, and his long and narrow eyes were a little unfocused. His chest was heaving up and down violently, and the blood-red bone spurs were circling around him, almost instinctively attacking the golden corpses. There were countless times when he thought that he would collapse, but the tenacity brought about by surviving in the wolf pack allowed him to persevere. However, the most important thing was that Mo Jinyuan had helped him a lot. Mo Jinyuan's bone dragon was also a rare treasure that could use baleful qi, so compared to the other disciples, the pressure on him was much lower. He could even take care of Wolf a little. Wolfang panted heavily. Although this flirtatious senior brother Mo Jinyuan was very annoying, he had to admit that he had helped him a lot. If he could leave the Fiend Corp's secret domain alive, he would remember this favor. However, when he thought about leaving this place alive, Wolf did not have the slightest confidence. The flying corpses had yet to appear, and everyone was already on the brink of collapse. Could they really persevere until then? Wolfang's scattered thoughts floated back to the small mystic domain from a long time ago. At that time, it was all thanks to Yun Jioga's help that they managed to escape. He did not know if she would have such good luck again. Wolfang could not help but look at Yun Jioga, but he saw her hiding in the back, digging for baleful beads, not even daring to shrink her head. Haha, he must be crazy to actually rely on someone at Qi, refinement, great perfection to think of a solution. He might as well hope that Elder Chosun would be merciful and let them return to the safe zone. Chosun had his hands behind his back, and he was completely focused on the black-red clouds in the sky, ignoring the golden corpse's attacks. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, the baleful rain gradually stopped, and so did the golden corpse's attacks. However, no one felt happy at all. The baleful rain stopped, and the flying corpses appeared. Yun Jioga had just gotten angry at this thought when she saw the clouds rolling over from afar. A black figure mixed with the dense, baleful qi pounced towards everyone. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. Hu Lingling's body was suddenly grabbed by the flying corpse into the air, and she was instantly torn into countless pieces of flesh. Blood rained down on everyone's heads and faces. One person had been killed in just one move. The disciples of the five sects all turned pale with fear. Cho Sen's eyes glowed, and a strange red talisman fell onto the flying corpse. This was a 5th-grade divine sense restriction. It was usually used by the elders of the clan on their beloved juniors to protect their juniors' divine sense. Now that Cho San used it on the flying corpse, it instantly scattered the baleful chi, revealing a human-shaped black fog. The black fog appeared in front of everyone for a moment, and then quickly disappeared. The disciples were even more flustered. An invisible enemy was the scariest. Use your divine sense to sense my talisman, and you'll be able to find it. Cho Sen summoned his bloodthirsty bat-bone spur and stabbed it towards the empty west side. The flying corpse's figure immediately flashed and once again disappeared, but it couldn't escape Cho Sen's attack. The other disciples of the five sects swept out with their divine senses and found the flying corpse. Their minds shook, and they immediately sent out their strongest attacks. Although the monster monkey corpse's attack power was strong, it didn't have divine sense to use, so it could only focus on defense. This was also the reason why Cho-san wanted the disciples of the five sects to stay. Everyone attacked the flying corpse with all their might and managed to deal quite a bit of damage to it. In particular, Cho-san acted as if he had killed his father. Every time the bloodthirsty bat's bone spur attacked, it would take away a chunk of the flying corpse's baleful aura. Under the bombardment, the baleful aura on the flying corpses disappeared rapidly. The disciples of the five sects became more and more courageous as they fought. They all wanted to take down the flying corpse in one go. Yunjioga did not attack with the others. Instead, he hid behind the purple deceased sword and carefully observed the flying corpses. The flying corpses were extremely fast and nimble in the air. It was all thanks to Mo Jinyuan, Feng Ling and the rest that their imperial equipment attacks were strong enough. Otherwise, they would not have been able to catch up to the flying corpse's speed. However, the most powerful one was still Cho's senator. His attack power was strong, and he was well prepared, causing great damage to the flying corpses. No matter how Yunjioga looked at it, he felt that Chosen's method of dealing with flying corpses was not suitable for the purple deceased sword. The spiritual sense restriction charm that Chosan had just used had cost him at least 10 years of cultivation, and it was specifically used to break the flying corpse's invisibility ability. Zishang did not have such a treasure. No matter how Yunjioga thought about it, he could not think of a way to deal with the flying corpses. But if he couldn't obtain the bloody, baleful bead, what would he do about the 9 layers of broken bones in her body? This was only the 3rd layer of poison. It would be even harder to find the antidote in the future. What should he do? Yunjioga was confused, and he was filled with despair. Chapter 406. Master, this is very simple. You just need to cultivate the grass soul seed, and it will run to the flying corpse. The little baby's voice sounded in Yunjioga's mind. Isn't the grass soul seed only used to cultivate corpses? How can it be used on fiend corpses? Yunjioga was confused. Originally, it wouldn't work, but I recently poured some secret medicine on it. Whether it's a corpse or a fiend corpse, it's all the same to it. If Master's luck is good and the grass soul seed can swallow the flying corpse, you'll have a ready-made flying corpse little brother. In order to perform well in front of his master, the little baby also put in a lot of effort to cultivate the grass soul seed. Otherwise, if it only knew how to pour water, it wouldn't be qualified to be his master's magic treasure. The previous owner was very cruel and would never raise useless things. Then hurry up and cultivate the grass soul seed. Yunjioga was excited. Master, you just need to send in another 1,000 baleful beads, and I can immediately cultivate the grass soul seed for you, the little baby vowed. No problem. Yunjioga was full of fighting spirit. He looked at the golden corpse on the ground as if he was looking at treasure. He picked up the evil knife and started digging. After he was done, he sneaked over to Cho's son to fish in troubled waters. At this time, Cho's son and the disciples of the five sects were fighting the flying corpses with all their might. They didn't care about these baleful beads. Yunjoga very smoothly dug out 1,000 baleful beads and sent them into the demonic cauldron. The little baby happily took the grass soul seed and then arranged it into a formation. He muttered, "Baby, baby, grow up quickly. When you grow up, you'll become a demon doll. You'll eat meat and drink blood. You'll eat bones and souls." Such evil words made Yunjoga speechless. He felt that the grass soul seed would be planted crookedly by the little baby, but he couldn't care too much in this situation. As the little baby muttered, the grass soul seed slowly sprouted and turned into a palm-sized gray person. It had a round head, a short neck, a round body, thin arms, and thin legs. It looked quite cute. However, the gray round face had no facial features. It looked a bit strange. "Master, hurry up and drip blood to make it recognize you as its master. Then you can let it eat the flying corpse." The little baby hurried. Yunjoga bit his index finger and gave a drop of blood to the demonic tripod. The little adorable child held the drop of blood and placed it on the face of the little gray person. Its facial features gradually appeared. It was exquisite and beautiful, and its temperament was outstanding. It looked exactly the same as Yunjoga. "Why does he look like me?" Yunjoga felt strange. "After drinking your blood, of course I'll look like you. Master's blood is the most powerful," the little baby said matter-of-factly. Back then, it had attached itself to the black-skinned mouse to search for its master. Because it had been too long, it had become muddle-headed. In the end, it had to drink a drop of its master's blood to awaken completely. What should we do next? Let them out and bite the flying corpses? Yunjoga felt that it was better not to dwell on these details. In any case, it was fine as long as they could catch the flying corpse. Of course not. The little cute baby grabbed the little gray person, then looked at the gaze and said excitedly, "Now is not the time." Yunjoga suspiciously followed the little baby's gaze and saw that the flying corpse in the air had been scattered by Cho's senator. It could die at any moment. But Cho-san did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he gathered everyone together and warned, "The flying corpse will go berserk when it's about to die. This is the hardest time to deal with, so you must be careful." As soon as his voice fell, the flying corpse's hazy figure was suddenly filled with a blood mist. Then it turned into gold, silver, copper, and iron colors and charged forward at an even faster speed. The disciples of the five sects were already prepared and immediately hid behind the monster monkey corpses. They never thought that the flying corpse would grab the two monster monkey corpses and instantly tear them to pieces. Chosen's pupils shrank. Although he already knew that the flying corpse's dying strike would be very terrifying, he never thought it would be this terrifying. He gritted his teeth and gathered the monster monkey corpses together, compressing them into a line of defense in front of the five sects disciples, allowing them to continue their attack. But the berserk flying corpse was very strong. It fought the monster monkey corpses with its bare hands, just like a lion entering a flock of sheep. What was even more terrifying was that the weapons of the five sects disciples could only leave shallow marks on its body. Most of Mo Jingyuan's bone dragon was scattered by the flying corpse's palm. Chosen's blood-sucking bat was also thrown into its mouth and was bitten to pieces with a kacha sound. Following that, 3 more male disciples were caught by the flying corpse and eaten. Even their souls were swallowed. 12 of the 32 monster monkey corpses had been destroyed, and the remaining ones were missing arms and legs. They could only barely maintain a defensive barrier to block the golden corpse's attack. After the flying corpse ate the flesh, the killing intent on its body became even stronger. It was comparable to a late golden core stage cultivator, making people feel despair. Even Cho-san felt a bit regretful. "Elder, please let us go. I don't want to die here." Fengling air collapsed as she cried. "Elder, where there's life, there's hope. These flying corpses are too strong, and we're not its match." How about we return to the safe zone and discuss countermeasures? See, Yue couldn't help saying. The disciples of the five sects had already collapsed. If they continued, they would be completely wiped out. There's no turning back now. Cho-sun gritted his teeth and said, "This flying corpse is sinister and cunning. It's cruel and cold. If we turn around and run now, we'll only be swallowed by it." The disciples of the five sects were in despair. There were even a few people who were paralyzed on the ground, already waiting for death. Zishang and Yusha quickly returned to Yunjoga's side, preparing to bring Yunjoga back to the safe zone if the situation turned bad. Yunjoga looked at such a strong and terrifying flying corpse and felt his scalp go numb. This was a monster that was impossible to destroy. Could the grass soul seed really swallow him? At this moment, the little baby's excited voice suddenly sounded. "All right, we can go." "Hey, wait." Yunjoga quickly stopped him, but it was too late. The little baby excitedly threw the little gray person in his hand out, turning into a gray light that drilled into the flying corpse amidst the rain of blood. The light on the flying corpse's body immediately increased, as if it had fallen into chaos. "It's starting to eat. It's starting to eat." The little baby clapped his hands and shouted, just short of cheering for the grass soul seed. "Is it really effective?" Yunjoga found it hard to believe that such a powerful flying corpse was really going to be destroyed. "Of course, don't you know who planted it?" The little baby looked proud. Yunjoga was happy at first, but then he realized a very serious problem. After the grass soul seed swallows the flying corpse, will it immediately recognize me as its master? Of course, the grass soul seed is as loyal to you as I am to you. The little baby took the opportunity to confess, but Yunjoga's face was crumbling. If this flying corpse recognized her as its boss in front of Cho-sun and the disciples of the five sects, then everyone would know that she had a secret. Wasn't that courting death? Chapter 407. I can only use it at this time. The little baby felt wronged. Although the grass soul seed it cultivated was very powerful, it couldn't kill the flying corpse at its peak. It could only attack when the flying corpse was at its weakest. Then can you let the flying corpse leave first? At least don't come to me in front of so many people. Yunjoga took a step back. "I'll give it a try." The little baby closed his eyes and began to mutter again. After a while, he said apologetically, "I can't." "Why?" Yunjoga frowned. If it really recognized him as its master, then it should be very obedient. Because the grass soul seed failed to devour and the flying corpse is about to explode. The little baby said with a serious face. "Fuck." Yunjoga's eyes widened as he looked over. He saw the flying corpse in the sky flickering with four colors: gold, silver, copper, and iron. The red light on its chest was so hot that it looked like a small red sun, emitting a terrifying light. Chosen's face revealed a frightened expression. He immediately had the demon monkey-in corpse lead the disciples of the five sects to quickly retreat. Zishang rushed over like lightning, grabbing Yunjoga and leaving in the opposite direction. Yusha also desperately followed. The two of them were faster than everyone else, and in the blink of an eye, they were several miles away from the flying corpse. They never thought that after the flying corpse let out a pained and angry roar, it would use a desperate stance to fly towards Yunjoga. With a loud bang, the explosion of the flying corpse sent all the nearby golden corpses flying. Wolf Fong and the others who were several miles away were also blown away by the blast. When they got up, they saw a large crater in the distance. "Junior brother Yunjio, junior brother Yunjio." Wolf Fong shouted with a hoarse voice, but no one answered. Jin Chuan and the others all had heavy expressions. They knew that Yunjoga must have been blown to pieces. Chosun stood beside the large crater with an ashen face. His eyes were bloodshot and his fists were tightly clenched. He didn't care if Yunjoga was dead or alive. He was just sad that he had carefully planned everything, but he still couldn't get the flying corpse's blood fiend bead. "Elder, the flying corpse exploding was unexpected. Let's go back and think of a countermeasure. We'll come back next time." See, you comforted him. Let's return to the safe zone. Chosun exhaled heavily, turned around, and left. No matter what, he had already accumulated experience in dealing with flying corpses. When the Fiend Corp's secret territory opened again, he would definitely be able to successfully obtain the Bloody Fiend Pearl. Before Siua left, she took one last look at the crater. She could not help but sigh in her heart. Yun Jioga had died at such a young age. Yun Jioga woke up in a daze and found himself lying on a patch of grass in a small forest. She looked at the cold sky above her head in confusion. She was surrounded by long grass, a green forest on her left, and a stream on her right. His nose was no longer filled with the disgusting stench of the Fiend Corp's secret realm, but with the smell of grass and soil. Could she have already left the Fiend Corp's secret realm? No. She remembered that in the Fiend Corp's secret realm, the flying corpses had rushed in front of them and exploded. Zishang hugged her and took all the damage. Then, he fell into the distorted space with her. Z decease. Yun Jioga shouted in panic. Don't shout so loudly. I'm fine. A weak voice sounded in Yun Jioga's mind. Yun Jioga quickly rolled up her sleeves. The purple mark on her wrist was still there, but the color was very dim. No matter what, as long as Zishang was still alive, it was fine. What was that flying corpse explosion? Zishang thought of the flying corpse's desperate stance and suspected that something had happened to Yun Jioga. It's that stupid little baby. He said that the grass soul seed he cultivated could devour flying corpses. Thinking of this, Yun Jioga wanted to beat the little baby up. Little Menghua, you know what to do. Something must have happened. Zishang did not intend to blame little Menghua. I'll call out and ask. Yun Jioga was about to contact the demonic tripod when she realized in horror that her meridians were in chaos. The 9-layer bone-shattering poison in her dantian spread throughout her body, completely blocking the circulation of spiritual power. Not only had she lost contact with the demonic tripod, but she could not open her storage bag either. Even worse, her disguise had been removed. She had returned to her female appearance. It blocked the explosion for us. It probably hasn't recovered yet. Zishang comforted Yun Jioga. Your injury is only temporary. Don't worry too much. If you're a girl, then so be it. There have been cases of men turning into women in the corpse sect. Zishang comforted Yun Jioga. The illusion grass he had given Yun Jioga was limited. Yun Jioga could not be a man forever. She would have to find a chance to change sex. Fortunately, this was not rare in the evil sect. All right, Yun Jioga did not know what to say anymore. She felt pain all over her body, especially her left leg, which was excruciating. Did you break a bone? Zishang noticed Yun Jioga's abnormality. I think so. Yun Jioga gasped as he carefully rolled up his trouser leg. His fair calf had been fractured and deformed. Zishang was seriously injured. Her cultivation was gone, and her leg was disabled. She couldn't be more miserable. It's okay. When I recover, everything will be better. Zishang's voice was very calm and firm. Okay. Yun Jioga quickly calmed down after a panic. She searched the ground for a relatively large tree branch. Then, she tore off the hem of her gown. She clenched her teeth and straightened her leg bone. Only then did she tie it up tightly. After doing all this, she was sweating profusely. Leave this forest after daybreak. Find someone to ask about the situation as soon as possible, Zishang said. There's not much time left until daybreak. I'll leave now. Yun Jioga used 2 thick branches as crutches to get up with difficulty. Then, she walked upstream along the stream. After walking for about an hour, when the sun was in the middle of the sky, Yun Jioga finally saw a small village in the distance. She immediately became spirited. As long as there were people, they would know what this place was. If she could find some spirit grass to suppress the poison in her body, she would be able to use the things in the storage bag. Don't rush in. Let's check the situation first. Zishang stopped Yun Jioga's excited footsteps. Okay. Yun Jioga calmed herself down and sneakily walked along the remote path towards the village. It was broad daylight, but there was not a single person in the village. It was eerily quiet. When she reached the center of the village, she heard a sorrowful voice. "Great messenger, please let my daughter live. She's still young. She's still young." "Shut up. If you dare to stop me again, I'll kill your entire village." An arrogant voice rang out. Yunjoga hid nearby and peeked out. The scene in front of her immediately shocked her. Chapter 408. In the middle of the village stood a group of dark blue armed soldiers. In the middle was a black-robed, shifty-eyed middle-aged man. The black-robed emissary was holding onto an 8-year-old girl with a sluggish expression as if she had been hypnotized. In front of them was a group of villagers kneeling and begging for mercy. Among them, a village woman in tattered clothes was kowtowing and begging for mercy. From the looks of it, it was her child who had been kidnapped. Yunjoga was not surprised by the act of forcibly kidnapping a civilian girl. What surprised her was that these people looked very different from ordinary people. They all had light gray skin, slightly red eyes, and light purple lips. Among these people, the villagers had the darkest skin, which was dark gray. Their lips were also very dark. The soldiers' skin was brownish gray, while the black-robed emissaries was light gray. The 8-year-old girl's skin was slightly white, and her eyes were black and bright. She looked very similar to the humans outside. Although these people's strange skin made them look like they were terminally ill, their loud cries and curses showed that they were very healthy. Yunjoga looked down at her pale palms. Even though she still had a ptomaine face, she was much more normal than those natives. "These people are strange. Don't come into contact with them. Let's leave this place first," Zishang said. Before figuring out the strangeness of this place, he would rather have Yunjoga hide in a corner and slowly wait for her injuries to heal than let her come into contact with these dangerous people. "No rush. Let's wait and see." Yunjoga finally met someone. How could she bear to leave without getting some information? "Sir Emissary, you don't have to care about these unruly people. Let's take this seed back first," the soldier leader said fawningly. They did not care about these unruly people. "You guys do as you see fit." The black-robed emissary nodded. This time, the edict required him to collect 16 little girls. He had only completed half of the task. He still had work to do. Chui, the skinny village woman, saw her daughter being taken away and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Probably because the hearts of mother and daughter were connected, the originally sluggish little girl trembled and suddenly woke up. Seeing that her mother was blocked by a group of strangers, she let out a sorrowful scream. A gray aura suddenly rose from her dantian and spread throughout her body. Her originally fair skin began to turn gray, her eyes red, and her lips purple, just like her mother. Yunjoga's pupils constricted. She could clearly see that the little girl's body had suddenly exploded with a murderous aura. Could it be that the villagers also had murderous aura? If they were affected by the baleful aura, why didn't they die? Damn it. When the black-robed messenger saw the little girl's skin turn gray, he immediately raised his hand in rage and slapped the little girl away. Suetsue. Suetsue's mother scrambled over to pick up her daughter. Her heart ached as she looked at the gray blood oozing out of the corners of her mouth and nose. "Lord Envoy, we've lost another good seed. What should we do?" The leader of the soldiers was also anxious. This was the best seed they had found during this period of time. They didn't expect it to be contaminated at this critical moment. The black-robed emissary glared at the villagers with his triangular eyes. A vicious glint flashed across his eyes as he coldly spat out a line of words. Contaminated seeds must be washed clean with blood. Yes. When the soldiers heard this order, they immediately nodded. They drew out the long sabers from their waists and pointed them at the villagers. "Lord, spare us! Lord, spare us!" The villagers cried out in panic. Seeing that a massacre was about to begin, Yunjoga's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to stop this tragedy from happening. But now that her cultivation base had disappeared, she was weaker than a chicken. How could she have the ability to fight back? At this critical moment, a group of masked men in gray robes sped over from afar. Each of them wielded a chilling long sword. The moment they landed, they began fighting with the soldiers. It's the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army is here to save us. When the villagers saw the group of men in gray robes, they were instantly invigorated. Some of the strong men even picked up their weapons and joined in the battle. Both sides were in a mess. Unruly peasants, you're courting death. The black-robed emissary took out a black, withered claw and shot out a black-red beam of light at the villager who was charging at the front. That villager cried out in pain as he was instantly engulfed by the black-red beam of light. Magic weapon. Yunjioga nearly cried out. If there were magic weapons in this world, there should be cultivators too. If they were used well, there would be great benefits. After killing the villagers, the black-robed emissary revealed a smug smile. He wanted to use the same trick on those masked men in gray robes. However, a sword beam shot out from the leader's hand, chopping off the black-robed emissary's arm. The black-robed emissary let out a tragic cry. That withered claw and the magic weapon immediately fell to the ground along with his severed arm. They were snatched away by another gray-robed man. The situation was instantly reversed. The black-robed emissary and the soldiers were all killed. We can't hide the black-robed emissary's matter. You have to leave immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late when the imperial court sends troops to massacre the village. The leader of the gray-robed men said to the villagers, "Boo, it's going to be winter soon. Where can we go?" "That's right. There's no farmland and no food. How can we survive?" When the villagers heard that they had to leave the place they relied on for survival, they began to cry. "Everyone, don't worry. Our Revolutionary Army has built a city in Mount Daqing. You can continue living there." The gray-robed leader consoled them. "Thank you, sir. We will follow you." The villagers knew that killing the black-robed emissary would not end well. All of them agreed to leave with the Revolutionary Army. "Sir, help me take a look at Suetsue. She hasn't reacted after being beaten. Could something have happened to her?" Suetsue's mother squeezed in with her child in her arms. The gray-robed leader glanced at the child and consoled her. "It's fine. She just awakened and hasn't adapted to her body's condition. She'll be fine soon." Thank you. Suetsue's mother finally felt relieved as she carried her child. Yunjioga shrank into a corner, guessing the relationship between seeds, awakening, emissaries, and the Revolutionary Army. Suddenly, Zishan warned, "Not good. We've been discovered." Yunjioga was alarmed. She wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The gray-robed leader suddenly turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" Before he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Yunjioga. Then, he looked at her and shouted in shock, "Woman seed." "What?" Yunjioga was stunned. How did she become a seed? She really is a seed. A group of people surrounded her and looked at Yunjioga as if she was a monster. "Miss, you also escaped, right? How pitiful. You even broke your leg. Those damned bastards will suffer retribution sooner or later." Suetsue's mother cursed. Yunjioga looked at everyone's sympathetic eyes and wisely chose to shut her mouth. She was prepared to act according to the situation. Chapter 409. "Take her back and bandage her wounds," the leader in gray ordered. "Don't be afraid. With the Revolutionary Army around, those bastards won't be able to find trouble with you." Suetsue's mother called a few women to help Yunjioga into the house and started to clean her wounds. Yunjioga saw that these women were efficient and took out the right herbs, so she obediently bandaged their wounds. "Miss, do you not remember the past?" Suetsue's mother asked for a long time without getting any response, so she immediately found a reason for Yunjioga. She was just about to doze off, and someone sent her a pillow. Yunjioga nodded without hesitation. "Those bastards must have fed you the water of oblivion. They want you to forget everything that happened in the past, so they can do whatever they want." Yunjioga finally figured out the truth about the seed, while Chui's mother was scolding him. It turned out that in this world, status was determined by the color of one's skin. The darker the skin, the lower the status. The lighter the skin, the higher the status. If one had fair skin, they could enter the palace to be a concubine. At first, everyone thought it was a great honor, so they would take good care of fair-skinned girls, hoping that they would be sent to the palace to be a noble by the time they turned 16. However, the soil here was very strange. Once a girl passed the age of 8, her skin would slowly turn gray. It was rare for a fair-skinned noble to live until 16. White-skinned nobles were very delicate. Not only did they have little strength, they were easily injured, and their bodies were very weak. They couldn't do any heavy work, so it was difficult for them to live until 16. However, although the fair-skinned nobles were physically weak, they were all very intelligent and had a high status in their families. Even if they didn't enter the palace, they could still lead their families to the top. Some especially powerful ones were not only the family's favorites, but they could even become popular in the whole village or town. Until one day, a rich family secretly hid a fair-skinned noble in their family, and the whole family was executed. Only then did everyone know that their pampered fair-skinned daughters weren't sent to the palace to be concubines, but to be the seeds of the devil. All of them died tragically in the palace. From then on, the number of fair-skinned women decreased rapidly. Other than those black-hearted people who wanted to trade their children for wealth, no one with a conscience was willing to send their pampered children to die in the palace. Even the white-skinned children would try their best to awaken into gray-skinned people when they grew up. The palace couldn't get enough white-skinned women, so they started to plunder them. They didn't even let off 8-year-old children who hadn't grown up. The imperial court was in chaos, and the people had no way to make a living. Those corrupt officials exploited the people in the name of searching for seeds, and they even found excuses to slaughter wantonly and seize their wealth. They were incomparably cruel. It was at this time that the Revolutionary Army appeared. They went around saving the white-skinned women, killing those cruel envoys, and helping the people arrange a place to stay. Don't be afraid, young lady. Although it's a little difficult for you to awaken at this age, there are many capable people in the Revolutionary Army. They will definitely have a way to help you awaken. When the time comes, you'll turn into gray skin like us. You won't have to worry about being sent to the palace to be defiled. Suetsue's mother comforted her. Yunjoga was not a native, so how could he awaken? He could only remain silent. This place is very strange. Zishang's voice rang out again. The baleful aura on them is the same as the one in the Fiend Corp's secret realm. It's very likely that they're the descendants of the cultivators who were trapped in the Fiend Corp's secret realm. If you want to leave this place, you'll have to go to the palace to find clues. I have a feeling that the Emperor isn't looking for the white-skinned women just to be defiled. Even if you want to enter the palace, you'll have to wait until I recover my cultivation. Otherwise, I'll just be courting death. From the attitude of those soldiers, it was obvious that they didn't take the white-skinned people seriously. Of course, Zishang also needed to hurry up and recover. If anything happened, he wouldn't be able to save Yunjoga in time. The gray-skinned people's medicine was very good. Yunjoga's broken bones healed very quickly. During this time, the Revolutionary Army had been helping Xiaogao village prepare to move. Every household packed everything they could use and carried them on their backs. They didn't even let a rotten pot go. After Yunjoga recovered, she followed the Revolutionary Army and the villagers to the deep mountains. The mountain path was steep and it was difficult to walk. Not to mention, these villagers all had their families with them. Every one of them was carrying a few big bags. However, they walked like the wind and didn't look tired at all. Even Chui, who had just awakened, could carry her own little goat and follow behind the group. On the contrary, Yunjoga was the weakest cultivator. Chui's mother even comforted her, saying that she was much stronger than the ordinary white-skinned nobles. Before her daughter awakened, she would be exhausted after walking on flat ground for a few minutes, let alone carrying a little goat on a mountain path. Yunjoga originally thought that after he cultivated the 10,000 beasts art, his body was much stronger than a normal person's. However, in front of these gray-skinned aunties, it was nothing. Zishang, these gray-skinned people are too powerful. After awakening, they have great strength, never fall sick, and their reproductive ability is also very strong. They can be considered an excellent evolution. Why does the Emperor here classify the gray-skinned people as inferior people and the white-skinned people as superior? Yoga felt that it was very strange. These gray-skinned people were just normal people, and they were already so powerful. If they were good seedlings, wouldn't they be even more powerful? If they were trained well, they could definitely raise a very terrifying army. They would definitely be fought over by the big sects outside. I think it's strange, too. I guess we can only find out the secret of this place after we enter the palace. Zishang had recovered a little after this period of time, but he still couldn't show himself and follow Yoga. If this place really is related to the Fiend Corp's hidden realm, what if we can't leave in time for the hidden realm to open? Yoga was worried when he thought about this. There were only 7 days left until the Fiend Corp's hidden realm opened. Our lives are more important. Let's take it one step at a time. Zishang was not in a hurry. If worst came to worst, he could just stay here until the next time the Fiend Corp's hidden realm opened. I don't have that much time to waste in this damn place. Yoga thought about it and decided to talk to the leader of the rebel army. If they could come to an agreement, it would be even better. With the help of Chui's mother, Yoga finally got the chance to meet the leader of the rebel army. After dinner, Chui's mother brought Yoga to a tent. She whispered, "The leader is inside. If you have any problems, talk to him. He will definitely help you." "Thank you." Yoga smiled at Chui's mother gratefully and walked into the tent alone. There was a tall, muscular man standing inside. He wore a bronze mask, so his face could not be seen. His voice was also very cold. "I heard you want to talk to me about something." "Yes, leader. Although I've lost my memory, I still vaguely remember that there's a very important sister among the white-skinned people who were captured with me. I want to go back and save her. Please help me." Yoga looked at the leader with sincerity. Chapter 410. You want to go back? The leader was taken aback. He had never seen a white-skinned woman who had escaped the clutches of a demon and then returned. "Yes." Yoga nodded vigorously and said righteously, "The Emperor is cruel, and the people have no way to make a living. I don't want others to suffer like me." She did not believe that the leader of the rebel army did not want to overthrow the tyranny and sit on the highest position. The leader's eyes flashed with a strange light. He sized Yoga up as if he had just met her, then said, "But if you enter the harem, you are likely to die. Death is inevitable. Death can be as heavy as Mount Tai or as light as a feather. It depends on how you use it," Yoga said firmly. In order to leave this damn place as soon as possible, she had to enter the palace and find out the truth as soon as possible. "Good." The leader could not help but clap his hands and praise her. He said, "Since you have such a great ambition, I will definitely help you achieve your wish." "Thank you, leader. I hope you can arrange for me to enter the palace as soon as possible." Yoga bowed and left the tent. The leader stood in place for a moment and then said, "What do you think? This Miss Yin has great ambition. She is admirable." A clear voice sounded. A man in a black robe and a white mask appeared in the originally empty tent. "Could you be sent from the other side?" the leader asked again. "Probably not. This girl has no cultivation at all. Moreover, she has a strange poison in her body. Maybe she knows that she will not live for long, so she wants to sacrifice herself," the white-masked man said. "In that case, send her to the palace and find someone to watch over her," the leader nodded. That lunatic had not obtained an adult seed for a long time. He would be very satisfied to see this Miss Yin. "I'll follow your orders." The white-masked man bowed and left. In a tent not far from the leader, Yoga was taking a nap. After the person watching her left, she called out to the mark, "Zishang, have you found any clues?" The leader's cultivation is in the foundation establishment stage. He has a black-robed messenger with him who is in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. They have already made plans to send you to the palace tomorrow. Zishang had just recovered a little of his cultivation when he was forced by Yoga to eavesdrop. It seems that the true identity of this rebel army leader is not simple. He was even able to hook up with the black-robed emissary who is in the middle stage of foundation establishment. The black-robed envoy that Yun Jioga had seen before was only at the second level of the Qi refining stage. He must have a high status in the intermediate foundation establishment stage. These are none of your business. Quickly lie down. I'll help you unblock your meridians and see if I can suppress the poison. Compared to these, Zishang was more worried about Yin Jioga's health. Okay. Yin Jioga quickly lay down. A moment later, a familiar aura entered her meridians from a mark. After circulating for a while, it returned to her dantian. Although the chaotic toxins did not disappear, the spiritual energy in her dantian finally came out a little, and she could finally open the storage bag. Yin Jioga took out a bottle of spirit-strengthening pills from the magical bottomless bag and swallowed a whole bottle. The spiritual energy in her elixir field grew a lot stronger. At the very least, she could control a wicked blade to fly. Don't take out the evil blade so easily to avoid arousing suspicion. Didn't you concoct a lot of knockout pills and poison pills before? Just use those to protect yourself. Zishang said. All right. Yin Jioga took out the knockout pills and poison pills and hid them well. She then asked Zishang, do you want to take some spiritual pills to replenish your energy? Your spiritual pills are useless to me. You'll be doing me a great favor if you rest well. As long as Zishang recuperated well on the mark, the recovery effect would not be worse than taking a spiritual pill. Okay, then I'll sleep. Yin Jioga was indeed tired, and she fell asleep quickly. Early the next morning, Yin Jioga was arranged to sit in a low-key carriage, separated from the villagers of Xiaogao village. In addition to the silent coachman, there was a short, chubby elderly lady with gray skin who was dressed very well. Her cultivation was at the third level of the Qi refining stage. The chubby elderly lady's eyes were not big, but they were very sharp. Ordinary people would not dare to look at them directly. Unfortunately, Yin Jioga was not an ordinary person, so she asked calmly, you must be the elderly lady sent by the leader to serve me. The word serve made the chubby elderly lady's eyelids twitch, but she still replied respectfully, my surname is Wang. You can call me Elderly Lady Wang. Elderly Lady Wang, thank you for taking care of me along the way. Yin Jioga smiled faintly. She had recovered some of her cultivation, and she was not really going to enter the palace to sacrifice herself, so she did not think much of Elderly Lady Wang. Elderly Lady Wang had not seen a white-skinned woman like Yin Jioga for many years. She originally wanted to show her strength, but now she immediately changed her attitude and tried to please her. It turned out that the leader had arranged a fake identity for Yin Jioga. She was a noble lady from a small city with the surname Yun, and was specially sent to the palace in exchange for glory and wealth. Miss Yun, the Great Zhou dynasty has not seen a white-skinned noble lady like you for a long time. You will definitely be appreciated by the emperor this time. Elderly Lady Wang smiled flatteringly. What kind of person is the current emperor? Yin Jioga asked curiously. Elderly Lady Wang laughed bitterly and said, people of our status are not qualified to meet the emperor. In fact, the Great Zhou dynasty's emperor, who was obsessed with white-skinned noble ladies, rarely appeared in front of people. Even when he appeared, he wore a black mask. Even the imperial court officials did not know what he looked like. A mask again? Yin Jioga remembered the bronze mask worn by the leader. It seemed that this was a local characteristic. Elderly Lady Wang continued to talk about some precautions when entering the palace. There weren't too many rules in the palace. The only thing one had to pay attention to was not to be curious and not to walk around carelessly in the palace. As for the rest of the clothing, food, housing, and transportation, they were very casual, unlike the human race who had rules for eating, dressing, and traveling. Yin Jioga fell asleep with Elderly Lady Wang's nagging. She arrived at the capital the next afternoon. The capital here was very prosperous. There were many shops, and people came and went. Most of the well-dressed people had light gray skin, but all of them were wearing makeup. It was indescribably strange. Although Yin Jioga was a white-skinned person, she could not enter the palace directly. She had to report to the camp of the black-robed messenger. The leader of the Black Robe Messenger was an old man with graying temples who was at the 12th level of the Qi refining stage. When he saw Yun Jioga, his eyes lit up as if he had seen a treasure. He said in disbelief, "Such a good seed." After that, he wanted to pull her sleeve to see if she was really a white-skinned person. Presumptuous. Yun Jioga avoided the Black Robe Messenger and said to elderly Lady Wang in displeasure, "Why did you send me to such a strange place? I didn't expect it to be like this. Please forgive me." Young Mississippi, elderly Lady Wang quickly begged for mercy. Then she turned to the Black Robe Messenger and scolded him rudely. "How dare you offend a noble lady? Do you believe that I won't report this and skin you alive?" Chapter 411. Old Slave, how dare you be so impudent in front of me? Do you want to die? The black-robed leader's face was dark. He had relied on killing and robbing to obtain the white-skinned people, so he was used to being unreasonable in front of them. This was the first time he had met someone who was even more unreasonable than him. "I think you're the one who doesn't want to live. It's because of your villain's misdeeds that there are fewer and fewer fair-skinned nobles. You should be thrown into prison." Mammy Wong scolded with her hands on her hips. "Men, take her down." The black-robed leader wasn't a pushover either. He immediately ordered his soldiers to take down Granny Wong so that he could make an example of Yun Jioga. "Let's see who dares touch her." Yun Jioga took a step forward and stood in front of Granny Wong. He was so domineering that none of the soldiers dared to approach. "How dare you? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a white-skinned person. If you don't move, I'll capture you as well." A fierce light flashed in the black-robed envoy's eyes. Although the seed was very rare, she was too unruly. If she really became the leader, the black-robed envoy group would have a hard time dealing with her. After all, searching for the white-skinned people was a good job. Every time they went on a business trip, they could earn quite a bit of money. How could they let someone ruin it? The soldiers had done many bad things with the black-robed envoy, so they didn't dare disobey their leader's orders. They immediately raised their blades and approached Yun Jioga. Yun Jioga placed his hand on his waist and was about to sprinkle the knockout drug when he heard Granny Wong suddenly shout, "Murder! The black-robed envoy wants to kill the white-skinned nobles." "Old slave, shout all you want. Let's see who dares to interfere," the black-robed leader said fiercely. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, there was a commotion at the camp's entrance. A tall and mighty man in golden armor, with a dark gray face, rushed in with a group of soldiers. They immediately took down the soldiers who were threatening Yun Jioga. "Your Highness, this is the black-robed envoy's camp. Why are you charging in with your soldiers? Are you trying to rebel?" The black-robed leader roared angrily. "Imperial Brother ordered you to come out and find the white-skinned nobles, but you disobeyed on the surface. You even want to kill the nobles." The man called War King waved his hand and ordered the soldiers behind him, "Arrest these traitors for me. I'm loyal to His Majesty. You can't slander me." The black-robed leader panicked. Unfortunately, he was taken down before he could say anything. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other soldiers immediately threw away the swords in their hands and surrendered. At this moment, Zishang's voice suddenly rang out in Yun Jioga's ears. "This War King is the leader of the Revolutionary Army." "It's him?" Yun Jioga raised his brows. He couldn't help but carefully size up this War King. He was extremely tall, at least 8 feet tall. His skin was dark gray and shone with a metallic luster. His lips were also very dark. However, his eyes were not red. Instead, they were black and white, emitting a cold and murderous light. In this place where white skin was considered beautiful, War King's skin was obviously looked down upon. It was no wonder that the black-robed leader wasn't afraid of him. The War King noticed that Yun Jioga was scrutinizing him. A stiff smile appeared on his cold and stiff face as he said, "I apologize for startling the noble one. It is this humble king's negligence." "Your Highness, War King is too polite. If you hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid that something bad would have happened to me," Yun Jioga replied politely. "Your Highness, this place is far too dangerous." Please arrange for us to enter the palace as soon as possible. Granny Wang said fearfully. Don't worry, noble one. This humble king will definitely arrange for you to enter the palace as soon as possible. Before that, noble one, please stay at this humble king's place for a few days. With that, the War King immediately arranged for people to escort Yunjoga to his War King's palace. Today's show was clearly arranged by the War King. Be careful. Don't be betrayed by him. Zishang's tone became much more serious. We still don't know who's being betrayed. Yunjoga wasn't worried. After all, they were just using each other. She knew everything about the War King, but he knew nothing about her. In the end, she was still better. The War King didn't return to the War King's palace. Instead, he secretly went to a remote residence. The white-masked, black-robed envoy was already waiting there. That Lady Yun is quite something. Looks like we can continue with our plan. The War King was very satisfied with Yunjoga. She was courageous, knowledgeable, and charismatic. She was a talent. All right, I'll arrange it right away. The white-masked man nodded immediately. Then, he discussed with the War King what to do next. Although their conversation was secretive, it didn't escape Zishang's ears. The War King said to encourage the people to re-establish their respect for the white-skinned noble one. Then, he suggested that the emperor make you his empress. The dog emperor agreed. As soon as you enter the palace, he'll prepare for the empress conferring ceremony, Zishang said through clenched teeth. Letting Yunjoga enter the palace to look for clues was one thing, but conferring the empress was another. Even if his woman was acting, she couldn't marry someone else and become the empress. It seemed like he had to hurry up and recover. It would be best if he killed the dog emperor as soon as he saw him, lest he set his sights on Xiaojioga. Will the dog emperor appear? What level of cultivation do you think he'll have? Yunjoga was a little worried. The War King was a foundation establishment cultivator, and the mysterious black-robed man was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The dog emperor behind the scenes should have a higher cultivation than them. The highest he can go is golden core. It won't be any harder than the flying corpses. Zishang comforted Yunjoga. Don't mention the flying corpses. Yunjoga's head hurt just thinking about it. However, what made her head hurt even more was that according to her current progress, she probably wouldn't make it back to the Fiend Corp's Mystic Land. Don't worry. I've calculated it. Time here is slower than outside. We can still make it if we leave in a month. Zishang realized that the time here was very strange. It was probably affected by the killing intent. A month is not a problem. Yunjoga finally relaxed and focused on waiting to enter the palace. The War King didn't make her wait too long. The next afternoon, the palace sent someone to pick her up. She immediately moved into the Chushio Palace that represented the position of the Empress. In the luxurious Chushio Palace, Eunuch Li, the head of the inner palace, had a thick layer of makeup on his face. Behind him was a group of light gray palace maids and eunuchs. They stood respectfully in front of Yunjoga. There should be many concubines in the palace. Why haven't they come to see me? Are they looking down on me? Yunjoga sat on the high seat with a calm expression. She didn't show any emotions on her face. Master, you've misunderstood. The concubines who entered the palace previously don't live in the back palace, Eunuch Li hurriedly said. So, I'm the only one in the back palace? Yunjoga raised her brows. The back palace needed a group of concubines to support it. Now that she was the only one placed here, it was too strange. It seemed like she had to find the white-skinned women as soon as possible to understand the secret of this palace. Chapter 412. Master, please calm down. This is His Majesty's will. I don't dare to speculate. Eunuch Li said in fear and trepidation. All right, I'm a little tired. You can all leave. Yunjoga couldn't get anything out of Eunuch Li, so she waved her hand to let them leave. Miss, we haven't started talking about the rules of the palace. Eunuch Li looked at Yunjoga carefully. He had been a head eunuch of the harem for more than 20 years and had seen countless white-skinned women. However, this was the first time he saw a white-skinned noble with such a strong aura as Yunjoga. He always unconsciously bowed and groveled in front of her, as if he was seeing the emperor. Isn't it just being obedient and not going out? Don't worry, I won't leave Chushio Palace before His Majesty summons me. Yunjoga said impatiently. Since you know what to do, I won't say anything more. The rules of the palace are that no one can leave without permission after dark. If you need anything, please bear with it and send someone to inform me the next day. Eunuch Lee couldn't help but mention. Eunuch Lee, don't worry. I understand these rules. I will never let anyone leave the palace at night. Yunjoga was so resolute that no one dared to question her. In that case, I'll leave first. Eunuch Lee saw that Yunjoga was a sensible person, so he didn't stay and annoy her. However, when he left behind 4 senior palace maids, 8 junior palace maids, and 6 eunuchs to serve Yunjoga. After Yunjoga handed these people over to Granny Wang, she went to the inner hall to rest. Granny Wang was very excited when she saw that Yunjoga trusted her so much. She immediately started to arrange everything in Chushio Palace. In the dead of night, the junior palace maid on night duty in Chushio Palace quietly yawned. She was immediately pinched by the older palace maid and warned her with a look to wake up. The junior palace maid shrunk her shoulders and immediately perked up, waiting for the nobles sleeping in the inner hall to summon her. In the inner hall, Yunjoga, who was sleeping soundly, slowly opened her eyes. She moved her fingers slightly and a faint green smoke floated out. The 2 palace maids guarding outside yawned heavily and slowly closed their eyes. Even the eunuchs in the side hall fell into a deep sleep. Yunjoga stood up, took out a black robe from his storage pouch, and put it on. Then, he silently left Chushio Palace. It was quiet outside. There were only a few red lanterns lit up in the dark imperial palace. There was no sign of human activity. Head east. I suspect that the white-skinned women are locked inside the tower. Zishang had already figured out the situation in the palace before Yunjoga entered the palace. Yunjoga looked up and saw an 8-story pagoda in the east. Its collapsed body was surrounded by gray smoke, and it looked very strange. It was hard to imagine that this was where the former concubines lived. Don't look anymore. Come back as soon as possible. Zishang urged. The effect of the sleeping gas was limited. If they didn't return in time, they would be exposed. Yunjoga hurriedly retracted his gaze and followed the shadows in the corner of the wall towards the tall tower. Wait, there are guards. Hide to the right. Zishang stopped Yunjoga in time. Yunjoga stuck close to the cold wall and looked at the patrolling guards with spears in their hands. These guards all had black skin, and their eyes were dull. Although they wore thick armor, they walked silently like ghosts. Yunjoga thought to himself, no wonder the rules of the palace forbade them from going out. It would be strange if normal people didn't die from fear after seeing this strange and scary mirror image. These guards are all fiend corpses. Be careful. Zishang's voice was serious. He had suspected that this place was related to the fiend corpse secret territory. Now that he saw these guards, he was sure. What level are these fiend corpses? Yunjoga's heart shuddered. He couldn't help but think of the brutal battle in the fiend corpse secret territory. These are just normal fiend corpses. Don't worry. Keep going. Zishang's voice was hurried. He also felt that things were getting worse. He had to take Xiao Zhuge away from this place as soon as possible. Yunjoga avoided the patrolling guards. After a few turns, he finally arrived at the foot of the tall tower. The tall tower was heavily guarded. There were fiend corpses patrolling everywhere. Don't be afraid. These low-level fiend corpses can't see through your invisibility. Just go to the left. Zishang immediately found the patrolling guards' blind spots. Yunjoga followed the small path to the tall tower from the left. When she got closer, she smelled the pungent stench of blood coming from the tall tower. She could even see black and red clouds floating inside. It was very similar to the fiend corpse secret territory. Could the clue to leave this place be inside? Yunjoga was excited. She was about to walk into the tall tower's entrance. Suddenly, a slender palm covered her mouth and dragged her outside. Yunjoga instinctively turned around with her elbow. She felt something soft. It was a woman. It's me. A familiar sweet voice rang in Yunjoga's ears. It was Yusha's voice. Yunjoga stopped resisting and left the tall tower with Yusha obediently. The hand on her mouth finally let go. Yunjoga turned around and saw Yusha standing behind her in her maid's attire. Her skin was light gray, her eyes were slightly red, and her lips were light purple. She looked exactly like the gray-skinned man. Yunjoga was about to ask, but Yusha made a shushing gesture. This isn't the place to talk. Follow me. After that, she led Yunjoga away from the patrolling guards and left the tall tower. They came to a pear garden not far from Chusho Palace. The white spirit pear blossoms shone faintly in the night. Unfortunately, the entire pear garden was empty. No one dared to come out and admire it. All right, we can talk here. Yusha looked around and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yusha, why are you here? And why are you a gray-skinned man? Yunjoga asked quickly. I was severely injured when I fell down with you guys. My skin turned light gray after I absorbed the malevolent energy here. I looked everywhere for you, but couldn't find any clues. I guess you come to the Imperial Palace, so I snuck in. When Yusha heard that a white-skinned nobleman was living in Chusho Palace today, she had a premonition. However, she couldn't go in during the day, so she could only sneak out at night. Coincidentally, she bumped into Yunjoga, who went to the tall tower to investigate. What clues did you find in the Imperial Palace? Why didn't you let me enter the tall tower? Yunjoga asked. The white-skinned women that the great Zhou Emperor took in were all kept in that tall tower. A foundation-building assassin snuck in and never came out. It's definitely not as simple as it looks. Yusha's expression was solemn. She had been observing the Imperial Palace for a long time. She realized that the Emperor would send a batch of gray-skinned men to serve him every once in a while, but none of them ever came out alive. Chapter 4:13. No wonder the guards outside are so weak. Yunjoga felt that something was wrong, but she didn't take it to heart because she looked down on these normal guards. Oh yeah, where's Zishang? He's not dead, is he? Yusha asked with a tinge of joy in her voice. He's fine. It's just that it's not convenient for him to show himself now. Yunjoga glared at Yusha. Zishang sneaked his divine consciousness into the tower when she approached it. He probably hadn't regained his senses yet. All right, tell him to pay more attention to the murderous aura in this palace. I have a feeling that there's a formation hidden in this palace, but I just can't figure it out. Although Yusha's injuries were healed, her cultivation level was suppressed. Plus, she wasn't as knowledgeable about runes as Zishang, so she couldn't find any clues. Understand. Yunjoga nodded solemnly. Before she figured out the situation in the tower, she wasn't going to take the risk. Also, I heard that His Majesty is going to Chusho Palace to see you tomorrow. Be careful and don't expose yourself. It's best if you hide your cultivation level, Yusha said. I haven't recovered my cultivation level, so it's easy to hide it. Don't you find it weird to see me like this? Yunjoga was a girl now. Most people would find it weird when they saw someone they were familiar with suddenly changing from a man to a woman. Not bad. You're beautiful. Yusha felt it was a pity that she couldn't leave this girl's body for a while. She wondered if Lady Goddess was willing to play with her. People from the mixed evil sect were really brave. Did Yunjoga give in? Seeing that it was getting late, she said to Yusha, "It's getting late. I'm going back to Chusho Palace." All right, I'll look for you if something happens. Although Yusha was reluctant to leave, she still sent Yunjoga back. Yunjoga returned to the inner palace of Chusho Palace quietly. After she lay down, she rubbed her fingers together and a white smoke floated out. The two sleeping maids' breathing quickened. "Someone, I want some water." Yunjoga stood up and called out. The two palace maids woke up instantly. When they realized that they had accidentally fallen asleep, the younger palace maid was a little flustered. The elder palace maid was still very calm. She walked into the inner hall unhurriedly and asked Yunjoga, "Miss, do you want to drink hot or lukewarm?" "Warm. I don't want tea. I want plain tea." Yunjoga was not used to the tea here. "Yes." A moment later, a cup of warm water was placed in an exquisite white porcelain cup and handed to Yunjoga. Yunjoga took a sip and asked, "What time is it now?" It's already the hour of the dog. There are still 2 hours before daybreak. If you are hungry, there are snacks and hot porridge in the small kitchen. Would you like to have some? The first palace maid asked considerately. No, I'll sleep a little longer. Wake me up at dawn. Yunjoga handed the porcelain cup back to the grand palace maid and lay back on the bed, silently waiting for Zishang to wake up. The grand palace maid bowed and retreated. A moment later, the mark on Yunjoga's arm began to heat up. Zishang's voice rang in her consciousness. You ran into Yusha? Yes, she told you to pay more attention to the killing intent in this palace. She said that there was a spirit array hidden in this palace, but she couldn't figure it out. Yunjoga answered honestly. There is indeed a killing array hidden in this palace. All the killing intent is concentrated in that tall tower. I suspect that there is a teleportation formation in there to return to the Fiend Corp's arcane realm, Zishang said in a low voice. Suspect? Didn't you send your divine sense into the tall tower? Yunjoga thought that Zishang had already figured out the situation in the tall tower. There's something in the tower that's blocking my divine sense. I'm afraid that breaking through by force will attract attention, so I didn't go in. At that time, half of Zishang's attention was on Yunjoga, so he didn't dare to break through by force. Then, I'll find another chance in the future. Oh right, Yusha said that the Emperor will come to see me after daybreak. When that time comes, we'll take a good look at his cultivation level. Yunjoga was no longer in a hurry. Since they had confirmed that the teleportation formation to return was inside the tall tower, they would find another chance to go in. Then I'll help you hide your cultivation level so that the Emperor won't suspect anything. Zishang also felt that under the current situation, it was better for Yunjoga to disguise herself as a local. Fortunately, the meridians in Yunjoga's body were in a mess, so hiding that bit of spiritual power was not a problem. By the time Zishang finished everything, it was already dawn. The Grand Palace maid's gentle voice came from outside the door. Miss, are you up? Come in. Yunjoga stood up and said. After the Grand Palace maid pushed open the door to the inner palace softly, 7 palace maids followed behind her and entered in a line. Each of them was holding a round plate in their hands. On the plate, there were exquisite head accessories, clothes, and shoes. They were no different from the ordinary royal family outside. Miss, Eunuchly just sent a message from His Majesty saying that he wants to have lunch with you. These clothes and accessories are also given by His Majesty. This servant will help you change into them. The Grand Palace maid's pale gray face revealed a sincere smile. Everyone hoped that the master they served would be loved and respected by the Emperor so that they, the palace maids, would be able to eat and drink well. It's just a lunch, not a conferment. Why do you have to dress so extravagantly? Ordinary will do. Yunjoga glanced at the red gemstone noodles that weighed at least a dozen caddies and rejected them decisively. But this was given by His Majesty. The Grand Palace maid didn't expect Yunjoga to have such a personality and dare to reject His Majesty's gift. His Majesty didn't specify that I should wear this. Besides, the entire Chushio Palace is a gift from His Majesty. It's the same to wear other clothes. Yunjoga walked straight to the gorgeous wardrobe and picked out the simplest moon-white dress. Just wear this. All right. The Grand Palace maid didn't dare to disobey Yunjoga's order. After helping her change into the dress, she combed her hair into the simplest bun and tied it with a hair tie of the same color. Yunjoga ate her breakfast and waited in Chushio Palace for the Emperor's arrival. At noon, she heard Eunuch Li's shrill voice coming from outside. His Majesty has arrived. Yunjoga walked to the palace gate surrounded by the palace maids and saw a tall, pale, and handsome young man dressed in a dragon robe walking toward the palace gate. Yunjoga didn't want to stare at the Emperor, so she bowed slightly and asked Zishang in her heart, How is it? Can you tell what the Emperor's cultivation level is? No, this Emperor looks like an ordinary person. He doesn't have any cultivation level. Zishang's voice was filled with doubt. Logically speaking, this Emperor couldn't be an ordinary person if he could make a foundation establishment war monarch so afraid. Could it be that the Emperor had concealed his cultivation level? Or was the person in front of him not the emperor himself, but a substitute? For some reason, Zishang felt that this emperor was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember. Chapter 414. Zishang thought the gray-faced emperor looked familiar, so Yunjoga stole another glance but had no impression of him. The emperor thought Yunjoga was shy and reached out to help her up. "Please rise, beloved." "Beloved." Yunjoga couldn't help but shiver at the way the emperor addressed her. She quickly got up before the emperor's hand could touch her. The emperor didn't think much of it. A gentle smile appeared on his handsome face. "Sorry to keep you waiting, beloved. Serve the meal." "Yes." Eunuch Li responded crisply and called for the palace maids to serve a sumptuous meal. There were all kinds of delicacies. "Sit, beloved," the emperor called out. Yunjoga chose a seat farthest from the emperor and sat down. Eunuch Li and the palace maid waited on them. "Beloved, this ice-stew abalone head is not bad. Try it." The emperor smiled and looked at Yunjoga affectionately with his long and narrow eyes, as if he was looking at a treasure. "Thank you, your majesty." Yunjoga pretended to be shy and took a small bite of the dish the emperor had ordered, but she couldn't taste anything. After finally finishing the torturous meal, the emperor suggested, "It's a rare spring day. Let me accompany beloved to the imperial garden for a walk." "Thank you, your majesty." Yunjoga also wanted to see what the palace looked like during the day. The emperor removed the dragon carriage and only left Eunuch Li and the palace maid to serve him. Then he took Yunjoga to the imperial garden. The palace was bright and beautiful during the day, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The huge imperial garden was filled with all kinds of beautiful spirit flowers, and colorful butterflies danced among them. The patrolling guards were in high spirits. When they saw the dragon rack from afar, they lowered their heads and bowed to the side. Everything looked so normal. Yunjoga stopped in front of a cluster of red peonies and glanced to the east. She didn't see the eye-catching tower. The palace has a baneful aura array. Those active in the day are the living, and those active at night are the dead. The tower only appears at night. Zishang's voice sounded in Yunjoga's mind. "According to what you're saying, the white-skinned women in the tower are all dead?" Yunjoga was shocked. "It's very likely," Zishang said. Yunjoga could not help but frown, his hand unconsciously stroking the cluster of red peonies. "What's wrong, beloved? Don't you like these peonies?" The emperor's deep voice rang in Yunjoga's ear. Yunjoga turned her head and found that the emperor had walked up to her side at some point. His tall body loomed over her, and the corners of his sexy lips carried a faint, teasing smile. His slender palm gently covered Yunjoga's white and tender hand. "He dared to touch you." Zishang was furious. He wanted to jump out of the seal and kick the emperor away. "Calm down. It's just touching your hand." Yunjoga was now a beloved concubine, so it was normal for her to be touched. "Calm down my ass. Hurry up and pull your hand back." Zishang was even angrier now. All right, I'll do it." Yunjoga silently rolled her eyes, then shyly tried to pull her hand out of the emperor's hand, but he held it even harder. "My beloved concubine, do you know that my heart is with you?" The emperor looked at Yunjoga affectionately. Yunjoga looked at the emperor's brown and slightly red eyes. She could clearly see her fair, delicate, and beautiful face with a bit of corpse poison reflected in them. To be honest, if Yunjoga was an ordinary white-skinned native, she would definitely be bewitched by such a tall, handsome, and expressive emperor. Unfortunately, Yunjoga wasn't a pure white-skinned little white and wouldn't fall for it. The emperor probably noticed that Yunjoga wasn't moved, so he suddenly stretched out his right hand and wrapped it around her waist, imprisoning her in his arms. His brown and red eyes began to slowly move. Yunjoga originally wanted to struggle, but she was suddenly entranced by the light emitted by those eyes and fell into a trance. "Don't be in a daze. Calm your mind." Zishang's hurried voice rang out in Yunjoga's mind. Yunjoga also wanted to calm down, but the problem was that the emperor's eyes seemed to have a magical power that pulled at her. She could see the sounds of laughter and beautiful white-skinned women waving at her. "Little sister, come, come." Joga couldn't help but smile. She felt that this was where she should be, so she couldn't help but float towards it. But soon, the mark on her arm began to heat up, pulling her mind back a little. Just like that, Joga's forehead was covered in sweat. The emperor also frowned. No woman had ever been able to resist his demon eye. Could this white-skinned woman have some kind of innate divine ability? Tisk, interesting. As expected of the mother seed, he favored. "I have to take her down as soon as possible." The emperor's heart thumped, and the light in his eyes spun even faster. The black and red demonic light pierced straight into Joga's eyes. Joga's body trembled, and a look of terror appeared on her face. The white-skinned women who had been laughing and chatting with her just a moment ago suddenly turned into terrifying skeletons, dragging her down to hell with them. Zishang panicked and was just about to throw caution to the wind and pull Joga out. At that moment, a loud noise rang out. "Your Highness, it's not convenient for His Majesty to summon you now. Please come back later." Eunuch Lee hurriedly stopped them. His Majesty was currently intimate with the newcomer, Miss Yun, who would dare to go over now and court death. "How dare you? I have something urgent to discuss with my royal brother. Can you afford to pay for it if something important is delayed?" War King's furious voice boomed out like thunder. Joga immediately came to her senses. She hurriedly pushed the emperor away and stumbled a few steps back. The emperor's confusion failed. His handsome face kept trembling as if it was about to split open. However, he quickly regained his calm and dignified demeanor. He turned to Eunuch Lee and said, "Let my royal brother come over." "Yes." Eunuch Lee retreated to the side with his men. War King strode into the imperial garden. He glanced around and saw Joga standing to the side with a pale face. She looked like she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "My beloved concubine is not feeling well. She should go back and rest." "Eunuch Lee, escort her back," the emperor ordered calmly. "Yes." Eunuch Lee bowed and walked to Joga's side. He smiled ingratiatingly. "Master, this way, please." Joga had already snapped out of her daze. She forced a smile and bowed to the emperor before following Eunuch Lee back to Chusho Palace. Eunuch Lee and the palace maid kept praising Joga's capability along the way. They said that there had never been a noble who could make His Majesty care so much. Joga did not hear a single word. She was still thinking about the skeletons of a beautiful woman she had seen in the emperor's eyes. That demonic power was too terrifying. How could someone without cultivation be able to use it? This emperor has at least a mid-stage golden core cultivation. "We're in trouble this time," Zishang said in a low voice. Chapter 415. Middle Stage Golden Core. Joga's scalp went numb when she heard that. Zishang had yet to recover from his serious injuries. If he, a mere chi refining stage cultivator, would fall into the hands of a golden core cultivator and be easily crushed, although this emperor has the cultivation base of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, there's a strange force inside him that's suppressing him. As long as we can find the source of this force, we'll be able to find a way to deal with him, Zishang continued. "Looks like we'll have to ask Granny Wong to talk to Warlord." Joga did not have many allies here. Warlord was one of them. "No need for that, Granny Wong. Ask Yusha to look for him." Zishang decided to find something for Yusha to do. "But I don't know where to look for her." Last night, Yusha said that she would contact her if anything happened. She did not mention where she was. "Don't worry. She'll find her own way." With Yusha's wild ambition, how could she let go of a chance to be alone with Joga? She would definitely find a chance to sneak in. Zishang's words were quickly verified. When Joga returned to Chusho Palace, she noticed that the palace maid guarding the door had changed. Yusha was dressed in a red palace dress. She stood at the door obediently to welcome them back. Joga glanced at her indifferently. She did not say anything and walked into the inner hall quietly. "I'm tired. You can all leave." Joga waved her hand. After sending Eunuch Lee and the palace maid away, She leaned on the soft couch. A moment later, Yusha walked in respectfully with a cup of hot tea in her hands. "Miss, please have some tea." Yoga could not help but look left and right. "Don't worry. No one followed me in. Granny Wong is fighting with them outside." Yusha smiled as she placed the teacup on Yoga's rosewood tea table. She then knelt beside Yoga's feet and massaged her legs like a palace maid. Zishang said that Grey Emperor has the cultivation base of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. I was almost charmed by him in the Imperial Garden. Yoga took a sip of tea and sorted out her thoughts. Then, she recounted what happened earlier. "He touched your hand and hugged your waist." Yusha narrowed her eyes and tightened her grip on Yoga's legs. "That's not the point." Yoga hurriedly slapped Yusha's heavy hand away and pointed at her forehead as he said solemnly, "The most important thing is to quickly figure out this emperor's background and the way to deal with him. Later, you'll go to the Imperial Garden and keep watch. We'll talk after we pull Battle King strings. If they could not kill the emperor, it would be wishful thinking to enter the tower." "I understand. I'll go now." Yusha put away his jealousy and stood up to leave. Yoga waited for Yusha to leave before he said to Zishang, "Why don't I release my spiritual power? Otherwise, if that dog of an emperor were to come after me again, I wouldn't even have the ability to resist. If the dog emperor knew that you have spiritual power, he wouldn't just use his demon eye to deal with you." Zishang could sense that the dog emperor had other plans for Yoga, and this plan was most likely related to the tower. This was also the reason why he had not fallen out with the dog emperor just now. "This won't do. That won't do. Am I supposed to just wait for death?" Yoga hated the feeling of being restricted. "You can recover your spiritual power slowly. When you have time, you can contact the cute little baby. If you can activate the demonic tripod, then we'll have more confidence," Zishang said in a low voice. "All right." Yoga laid back on the bed helplessly and started calling the cute little baby. She tried to contact the demonic tripod with her divine consciousness. However, she did not know where the demonic tripod had gone. No matter how she tried, it was useless. Just as she was about to give up, a gray dot suddenly flew towards her. It gradually turned into a gray little person. The little person's face was exactly the same as Yoga's. It was the grass soul seed that had devoured the flying corpse. "Master, I finally found you." The moment the grass soul seed saw Yoga, it began to weep. "You didn't die?" Yoga was shocked. She thought that the grass soul seed had failed to devour and exploded with the flying corpse. "Master, I had already devoured it." However, there was a strange divine consciousness restriction in the flying corpse. Once it was subdued, it would explode. The grass soul seed quickly explained, afraid that its master would think it was useless. "There's a spiritual consciousness restriction in the flying corpse." "Who did it?" This was completely out of Yoga's expectations. "I don't know. After the flying corpse exploded, I was locked here. There's a monster that wants to eat me. Master, hurry and save me." Speaking of the monster, the grass soul seed's little body kept trembling. It was clearly very afraid. "Where are you locked? What monster wants to eat you?" Yoga quickly asked. She had worked so hard to cultivate the grass soul seed. How could she let the monster eat it? "I'm in a dark place. The monster is black. I don't know what it is." "Oh no, the monster is here. I have to go. Master, you have to save me." With that, the grass soul seed disappeared without a trace. "Wait." Yoga wanted to grab the grass soul seed and ask more. When she opened her eyes, she saw a gorgeous curtain. "Miss, what's wrong?" The palace maid lifted the curtain, her face full of worry. "It's nothing. It's just a little nightmarish." Yoga touched her forehead, which was covered in cold sweat. "Should we get the imperial physician to take a look?" The palace maid poured some hot water on a copper plate and wrung a clean handkerchief to wipe Yoga's face. "There's no need. By the way, where's Granny Wong?" Yoga asked again. Although she had already sent Yusha to look for Warlord, it was safer to have one more person to contact. His Majesty said that Granny Wong is old and not suitable to serve you, so he sent her back to her hometown. The palace maid lowered her eyes, took the handkerchief from Yunjoga's hand, and placed it in the basin. Was he trying to isolate her? Yunjoga was not surprised. She replied, "His Majesty is really considerate. By the way, what time is it now? Where's His Majesty?" "It's the hour of the evening now. It'll be dark in 2 hours. His Majesty is still in the Imperial study discussing important matters with His Highness Warlord. He wants you to have an early meal tonight and have a good rest," the palace maid said softly. "I understand." Yunjoga nodded. It seemed that Yusha would have to wait until tomorrow to send news back. "Miss, do you still want to sleep?" the palace maid asked softly. "I'm not sleeping anymore. Help me up." Yunjoga came to the outer hall and ate a few snacks. She pretended to be chatting and asked the palace maid, "I still don't know your name." Uniquely had introduced her yesterday, but Yunjoga did not pay much attention to it. "My name is Bao the palace maid replied respectfully. "How long have you been in the palace?" Yunjoga took another sip of tea. "I've been in the palace for 8 years. I've always been working in Chusho Palace. No noble has ever lived in Chusho Palace before. Miss, you're the first." Bao knew that Yunjoga wanted to find out more information, so she took the initiative to tell her everything she knew. "Do you know where those white-skinned women went?" Yunjoga put down the teacup. She had been in the palace for 8 years, so she should have some information. Chapter 416. "I don't know." Bauer shook her head. Although she had worked in the palace for 8 years, her range of activities was limited to Chusho Palace. She was not clear about other places. "I see." Yunjoga's disappointment was evident in his words. He looked as if she didn't know anything after working for 8 years. Bauer began to feel uneasy. Nurse Wang had just been sent away, and it was time for her to perform. If she disappointed her master now, it would be difficult to gain trust in the future. Bauer thought about it and whispered, "I have heard a rumor about the white-skinned noblewoman, but I don't know if it is true or not. Anyway, tell me." Yunjoga's eyes lit up, and he immediately cheered up. "I heard that after the white-skinned noblewoman slept with Her Majesty, she would be sent to another place to prepare for pregnancy. So, there's no one in the harem now," Bauer said in a low voice. "Prepare for pregnancy? Did they win the bid in one go?" Yunjoga asked in surprise. Even a sharpshooter couldn't be so accurate. "Miss," Bauer's face turned red. "How could a virgin say such a shameful topic? I'm serious. Did those white-skinned noble women only sleep with Her Majesty once? This is a very important question." Yunjoga's face was serious. In the cultivation world, the higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to get pregnant. This was an unchanging truth. There was no reason for this gray-faced golden elixir emperor to be an exception. "I only heard about it." Bauer looked embarrassed. She had never had a white-skinned noblewoman live in Chusho Palace. How could she know about these boudoir secrets? Did any white-skinned noblewoman give birth to a dragon's son? Yunjoga asked again. No, Bao had been in the palace for 8 years. Not to mention a dragon's son. She hadn't even seen a dragon girl. She was sent away when she was pregnant, but she couldn't give birth to a single one. This is too strange. Yunjoga thought of the evil spirit tower that would only appear at night, and the withered beauty in the eyes of the gray-faced emperor. He couldn't help but feel heavy. Miss, this is all nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. Otherwise, this servant will definitely die. Bauer panicked a little. If Uniquely knew that she was gossiping here, it would be troublesome. What are you afraid of? You can tell me, and I will listen. No one else will know. Okay, it is getting late. Go and see if dinner is ready. I will go rest in the inner hall. Yunjoga told Bao a few things, and then he got up and walked into the inner hall. Bao saw that Yunjoga's expression was calm and didn't look like he was frightened, so she left with peace of mind. There's no smoke without fire. This palace maid should be telling the truth, Zishang said in Yunjoga's mind. A golden core cultivator won the bid on the first try. How is that possible? Those white-skinned women are not getting pregnant normally. There must be something strange about this. However, this mystery could only be solved by seeing the white-skinned women. Let's put that aside for now. Have you contacted the demonic tripod? Zishang was more concerned about this. I didn't contact the demonic tripod. Instead, I encountered the grass soul seed. Yunjoga told him about the grass soul seed. The bloody orb self-destructed in a black monster? Zishang had a vague guess, but he couldn't connect it. Do you think that the grass soul seed is locked in the tower? Yunjoga thought about it, and the mysterious tower was the most likely place to be. Probably. Next time you see it, ask about the situation in the tower. They had entered the tower, eventually. The more detailed the information, the better. Okay, I will contact it again tonight. Yunjoga was about to discuss with Zishang when Bao Er's voice sounded outside. Miss, His Majesty has sent a bunch of gifts. Do you want to come out and see? No, just keep them. Yunjoga wasn't in the mood to deal with these people. After Bao Er went out to reward the eunuchs, she walked back into the inner hall. With a complicated expression, she said to Yunjoga, Miss, Eunuch Li said that His Majesty lit your lantern tonight. He wants you to prepare and sleep with him tonight. Sleep with him? Yunjoga's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. This gray-faced emperor was serious, and he wanted her to sleep with him? Miss, this is something that will happen sooner or later. Don't think too much about it. Bao was regretting what she had said. What if she was afraid and didn't want to sleep with him? The emperor might not do anything to her in his rage, but servants like her wouldn't be able to escape death. I understand. You can go. You don't have to prepare dinner. I have no appetite, Yunjoga said weakly. Bao wanted to say something, but when she saw that Yunjoga didn't want to talk about it, she left. Go find Yusha. We will go to the high tower tonight. Zishang immediately made a decision. Even if it cost her cultivation, she would take Yunjoga away from this place. She didn't want the gray-faced emperor to think about her. There's no hurry. Didn't you say that the gray-faced emperor is being suppressed by a mysterious force? Let's wait for news from Warlord first. Also, judging from the emperor's attitude, if I don't obey, he won't do anything rash. If he did, then she would take his life while he was distracted. No, that's too dangerous. Zishang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Call Yusha over. She should be guarding Warlord at the entrance of the Imperial study right now. How do I call her? Yunjoga was helpless. She couldn't go out in front of Bao and the palace maids, could she? Use your divine sense to call her. She'll be able to sense it. Zishang knew that Yusha had secretly done something to Yunjoga's divine sense, but he had turned a blind eye to it. All right, I'll try. Yunjoga closed her eyes and was about to summon Yusha using her divine sense when she heard her voice by her ear. Joga, are you calling me? What did you come in? Yunjoga was shocked. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yusha standing in front of her with a golden-red muslin robe. I heard that the gray-faced emperor wanted you to serve him in bed, so I rushed over. Yusha placed the muslin robe next to Yunjoga and asked through gritted teeth, What did Zishang say? That gray-faced emperor had taken advantage of Lady Goddess in the Imperial Garden. Now, he wanted Lady Goddess to serve him in bed. He deserved to die. He said he wanted to go to the tower tonight, but I thought it was too dangerous, so I didn't agree. Help me talk to him. Yunjoga didn't think that the gray-faced emperor could do anything to her. Tell him to grab the mark. I'll talk to him, Zishang ordered hastily. Oh, Yunjoga rolled up her sleeves and relayed Zishang's words. Yusha reached out and grabbed the mark on Yunjoga's body. Then, she closed her eyes and listened carefully. She didn't know what Yusha said to Zishang, but the expression on her face changed. She couldn't help but nod and say, I understand. That's what we'll do. Chapter 417. What are you guys talking about? Yunjoga couldn't help but ask. Unfortunately, Zishang and Yusha ignored her. All right, let's do that. Yusha opened her eyes and asked Yunjoga, Do you still have your disguise? Can you help me whiten my skin? Yes. Whitening her skin was too easy for Yunjoga. She had a beauty pill with her. After consuming it, not only would it whiten her entire body, but it also had a soft glow effect. She made it when she was bored and was going to sell it at Plethora Treasure Tower. After Yusha swallowed the beauty pill, She untied her hair and let it fall behind her head. Then, she took Yoonjoga's medicine and applied it on her face. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a fair beauty. Why did you disguise yourself as me? Yoonjoga looked at Yusha, who looked 90% like her. Let's switch. How about I consummate your marriage with Grey Emperor? Yusha winked. Not only could she protect Yoonjoga's innocence this way, but she could also observe Grey Emperor from a distance. It was perfect. Yoonjoga was dumbstruck. Her mouth was so wide that an egg could be stuffed in it. She knew Yusha was nice to her, but she didn't think she would be nice enough to replace her. You don't have to worry about her. Demons have no morals. Zishang couldn't help but complain. Yusha is a demon? Yoonjoga was even more shocked. Demons and demonic cultivators were two different things. Damn it. What if she accidentally revealed Yusha's identity? Zishang thought about it for 2 seconds and decided to expose Yusha's true colors. Do you remember the devil's head in the ruins? Yes, I do. Yoonjoga nodded. The head was handsome with curly hair and 2 goat horns. That's Wan Sha. He's possessing Yusha now, Zishang said as he carefully used his divine consciousness to peek at Yoonjoga's thoughts. So, Yusha is actually a man? Yoonjoga was even more shocked. Then, wasn't he disguising himself as Grey Emperor's wife? Since they were gay friends, how could he be her lover in her past life? She was a woman in her past life. Zishang sensed the chaos in Yoonjoga's heart. Harboring evil intentions, he explained, Wan Sha has no integrity at all. Not only does he kill both men and women, but he also has lovers everywhere. He has no bottom line. Everything Zishang said was the truth. He had absolutely no intention of slandering Wan Sha. It was just that he forgot to mention that all those ridiculous things happened before Wan Sha hooked up with the goddess. All right, Yoonjoga's mind was in a mess. Although she was touched that Wan Sha had risked his life to save her, when she thought of his shameless actions, she felt horrified. Wan Sha still did not know that he had been betrayed by Zishang. After disguising himself, he sealed his cultivation and said to Yoonjoga, quickly disguise yourself as me and change into the palace maid's clothes. Oh, okay. Yoonjoga absent-mindedly painted herself to look like a gray-skinned man, and then changed into a red palace maid dress. Take this invisibility pill and stay on the side to help me hold the fort later. If anything goes wrong, help me out. Yusha rubbed his jeweled earring and took out a gray pill. This was the invisibility pill that her family had prepared for her. It was expensive, and she only had 3 of them. Yoonjoga took it and sniffed it. After confirming that it was a high-grade invisibility pill, she swallowed it. After Yusha waited for Yoonjoga to successfully conceal herself, she laid down on the chaise lounge and called for Bauer to come in and serve her. Bauer thought that Yoonjoga was having dinner, so she brought the little palace maid in to take a look. She found that Yusha had already changed into a gauze dress and was lying on the chaise lounge, looking completely at her beck and call. Miss, you thought it through? Bao was surprised and delighted. Go and stand guard at the door later. When the emperor arrives, let him into the inner palace. Yusha said lazily. Yes. Bao nodded quickly. Although this was a little against the rules, there were no rules in the imperial harem. As long as the emperor did not blame her, it was fine. However, before Bao left, she still led the little palace maids to tidy up the inner palace. The curtains and bed sheets were all changed into a festive bright red. A red carpet was laid on the floor, and bright red peonies were placed on the bedside cabinet. The atmosphere of a newlywed immediately became lively. After Bao was done with the decorations, she left with the little palace maids. Are you really going to serve me in bed? Yoonjoga could not help but ask. Joga, if you can't bear to leave me, I won't go. Yusha reached out to pull Yoonjoga. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling with a suggestive gleam. You don't have to sacrifice yourself like this for me. Yoonjoga was conflicted. Although demons had no morals, Yusha was sacrificing himself for her. She could not help but feel uneasy. It's not a sacrifice. I've cultivated the art of plucking before. If I can take this opportunity to absorb more than half of the Grey Emperor's cultivation base, it'll be of great benefit to me. Yusha was considering this from a strategic point of view. Rolling in the sheets with a man was not a problem for him at all. This body was not his real body, anyway. It was fine to just play with it. All right. Since Yusha had already said so, it would be unreasonable of Yun-Jyoga to try and stop him. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Yusha's long, black hair fell to the side of her body, revealing her fair and delicate collarbone. Her slender fingers hooked around Yun-Jyoga's palm. She exuded a powerful charm. I'm not hungry. I've eaten an abstinence pill. Yun-Jyoga silently retracted her hand. She thought to herself that when Zishang was able to show himself, she would definitely roll in the sheets with him to set up her correct values. Don't worry, I'll be able to show myself very soon. Zishang chuckled softly. His elegant voice was like a feather caressing the tip of Yun-Jyoga's heart. Yun-Jyoga felt her heart itch. Compared to the seductive Yusha, she preferred the sultry Zishang. It looked like her values were still very correct. Wan Sha, who was unaware of the situation, was still using Yusha's body to seduce Yun-Jyoga. There were a few beautiful girls among the lady goddess's lovers back then. There was no reason for him to not be tempted by the current him. Just as the two of them were engaged in a tug-of-war, Bao'er's clear voice rang from outside. Long live the emperor! Yun-Jyoga quickly hid herself and retreated to the side to avoid attracting the Gray Emperor's attention. The next moment, the Gray Emperor strode in from outside. There was a gentle smile on his handsome face, and his entire being exuded a proud aura. Yusha got up from the imperial concubine's couch and bowed to the ground. Your concubine greets your majesty. My beloved concubine, you may dispense with the formalities. The Gray Emperor held Yusha's slender arm and pulled her into his arms. He smiled and said, My beloved concubine, you're really lovely today. I'm very happy. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Yusha lowered her head slightly. The blush on her face spread to her neck. It was an indescribably moving sight. The Gray Emperor's gaze deepened. He smiled ambiguously and said, The night is too short. Let's go to bed. After that, he carried Yusha in his arms and walked toward the large bed in the inner hall, stepping on the red flower petals that covered the floor. Chapter 418. Yun-Jyoga stood stiffly in the corner as he watched Gray Emperor's dragon robe and Yusha's red muslin robe on the floor. The two of them were touching each other and rolling around on the bed. Goosebumps rose all over his body and his scalp went numb. Close your eyes if you don't want to look. Don't force yourself. As Zishang spoke, he slowly revealed himself and held Yun-Jyoga's hand. You can show yourself now. Yun-Jyoga looked at Zishang's handsome face and couldn't help but feel excited. Although Zishang was always by his side, there was still a big difference from touching the real person. It can only last for a short while. This short while was a burst of demonic power that he had been accumulating for a long time. It was to prevent Yun-Jyoga from losing control of himself when he saw such an exciting scene. He had to stay by the side and help Yun-Jyoga extinguish the fire when necessary. You don't have to do this. I'm fine. Yun-Jyoga felt the warmth of Zishang's palm and felt sweet inside. He couldn't care less about Yusha and Gray Emperor anymore. Zishang was about to tease Yun-Jyoga a little more when he saw what was happening with Yusha. He frowned and looked at the bed in the inner hall. What's wrong? Yun-Jyoga followed Zishang's gaze and looked at the bed in the inner hall. Gray Emperor had gotten up and was standing by the bed. His muscular upper body was bare, but he was still wearing white underwear. Yusha's clothes were messy as she laid on the bed without any reaction. She seemed to have fainted. Yun-Jyoga was about to go check on her, but Zishang stopped him. Don't rush. Let's see how it goes. Yun-Jyoga could only suppress his anxiety and stand beside Zishang, watching Gray Emperor's movements closely. Gray Emperor slowly put on his dragon robe and took out a small gray bell. He shook it and called out, Come in. A tall man with dark gray skin walked in through the door. He was actually a battle king. At this moment, the battle king's eyes were dull and lifeless, as if he was a marionette. Gray Emperor took out a black pill the size of a thumb and shook the bell for War King to swallow. Then, he told him to get on the bed. Warlord stripped off his clothes with a straight face and pounced on Yusha, who was lying on the bed in his nakedness. Yunjoga's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that the white-skinned woman hadn't slept with the gray-faced emperor, but had been fooling around with the War King like today? Also, what was that black meatball that Battle King ate just now? It smelled fishy, and he wondered if messing around with Yusha would hurt her. When Yunjoga saw that War King had already begun to tear Yusha's thin trousers apart, Yunjoga began to panic. He was afraid that Yusha would be at a disadvantage. Zishang's frown deepened. In the end, with a flick of his finger, a purple mist quietly slipped out. There was a sudden loud noise outside the door, and then there were the screams of the palace maids and eunuchs. Broken Jade Pavilion has collapsed. The palace of heavenly purity is on fire. On the bed, Warlord, who was pressing down on Yusha's hands and getting ready to raise his spear, immediately stopped what he was doing. A pained and conflicted expression appeared on his face. A look of rage flashed across the handsome face of the gray-faced emperor. Black mist leaked out of his cracked skin, making him look extremely terrifying. He glared fiercely at Warlord and shook the bell in his hand again. Warlord's expression became even more pained, but he stopped moving. The gray-faced emperor knew that he had lost control of Warlord, and forcing him to continue would only make things worse. He could only shake the bell helplessly to let Warlord leave Chushio Palace. Without even putting on his clothes, Warlord jumped out of the window with his well-built naked body. Yusha, who was lying on the bed, also happened to wake up at this time. She used the bright red blanket to cover her naked chest and said to the gray-faced emperor who was standing by the bed in confusion, "Your Majesty, what happened?" "It's nothing. There's a fire outside, so I'll go out and take a look. You can continue to rest." The gray-faced emperor regained his gentle look. After comforting Yusha for a while, he walked out of the inner hall. As soon as the gray-faced emperor left, Yusha's beautiful face darkened. She dragged the bedsheet down and asked Yunjuga, who came up to her, what happened. That gray-faced emperor was probably impotent. Halfway through, Warlord came and even gave him a Herculean strength pill. Yunjuga told her what happened in a concise manner. In the end, Yusha asked, "Didn't you feel anything just now? When I was rolling on the bed with him, I was accidentally hit by his ice skill. I struggled to break free, and when I opened my eyes, I saw him standing by the bed." Yusha's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Although she already knew that the gray-faced emperor's ice skill was powerful, it was still difficult for her to avoid it when her cultivation base was sealed. I wonder if Warlord knows that he's been used as a substitute by the emperor in bed? Yunjoga recalled Warlord's pained and conflicted look and felt that he should know something. That's easy. I'll just call him here tomorrow and ask him about it. Yusha's original plan was to feed the tiger with her own body and use it to absorb the gray-faced emperor's cultivation base. Now that the gray-faced emperor was not sleeping with her, she did not want to mess around with Warlord. "We must get this done as soon as possible. I've already alerted the enemy when I try to save you. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us," Zishang said with a serious expression. He had placed some gunpowder around Chushio Palace and the tower, planning to use it at a critical moment. He had exposed himself in order to save Yusha just now. The gray-faced emperor must have sensed it, so all his arrangements were ruined. If that's the case, then let's go look for Warlord now. The meatball he ate earlier has an aphrodisiac effect. He might be waiting for us to save him now. Yunjoga's eyes were sharp. He had already spotted Warlord in a state of arousal when he ran out naked. It was said that men were like wild beasts when they were aroused. It was hard to guarantee what they would do. "You stay here to fool others. Juga, come with me." Zishang made a prompt decision and dragged Yunjoga away. Hey, Yusha was not even dressed yet, so she could not catch up even if she wanted to. Yunjoga followed Zishang out the window and smelled a faint musk lingering in the air. This was left behind by Warlord. "He's over there." Zishang scanned the area and accurately determined Warlord's whereabouts. Yunjoga looked into the distance and realized that Zishang was pointing at Pear Blossom Garden. Pear Blossom Garden still shone with a beautiful light, but it was no longer peaceful. Under a blooming pear blossom tree, the sounds of a woman's choking moans and a man's intense panting could be heard intermittently. When Yunjoga and Zishang arrived, they saw the war king galloping around a palace, maid's body with bloodshot eyes. The pear blossom tree shook violently as he slammed into it, and the pure white petals fell on his sweaty back. Yunjoga was about to rush forward to save him, but Zishang pulled him back again. What's done is done. Why don't we wait until he's done? Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if Warlord gets stuck there in shock. Yunjoga immediately imagined the scene of a stick stuck in his head. His face darkened, but he did not dare to rush forward. Fortunately, Warlord had already reached his limit. His back was as taut as a bow. After a low growl, he collapsed on top of the palace maid. Chapter 419. Zishang waved his sleeve, and purple mist wrapped around Warlord. He rolled to the side, revealing the palace maid he was pressing down on. Bower! Yunjoga was shocked. The one Warlord was humiliating was Chusho Palace's palace maid, Bower. Perhaps it was because of the chaotic situation that Warlord grabbed a random palace maid and messed with her in Pear Garden. Bower was unlucky. Right now, Bower was a little pitiful. Her beautiful face was covered in tears, and her curvy body was covered in bruises. Her lower body was even worse. The gray-skinned man's body was stronger than a normal human's, but Warlord still messed with him. It was enough to show how much of a beast Warlord was after taking the medicine. Take her back first. Don't let Gray Emperor and Warlord know about this. Zishang ordered Yunjoga as he waved his hand and shot out purple mist to wipe away all traces of Pear Garden. Yunjoga took out a cleansing talisman and put on Bower. Then, she wrapped her in her clothes and followed Zishang back to Chusho Palace. How is it? Did you find Warlord? What happened to Bower? Yusha had been hanging around Chusho Palace lately, so she knew Bower very well. Bower was caught by the mad Warlord. Yunjoga put Bower on the bed. Warlord raped her. Yusha thought of something and lifted Bower's clothes to examine her body. What are you doing? Yunjoga looked at Yusha angrily. She knew that Yusha's soul was a man. This was too much. Didn't you say Gray Emperor gave Warlord an aphrodisiac pill? There should be something different if he let it out. Yusha checked Bower and found nothing strange. She looked up and asked Yunjoga, when you saw her, what color was the liquid on her? Yunjoga saw how serious Yusha was and couldn't help but scratch her face. She hesitantly said, I think it was gray. She was too shocked and didn't look closely. It was gray, Zishang replied calmly. Back then, the War King's condition was abnormal. Something was controlling his body. If he didn't let it out, his life would be in danger. That was why he stopped Yunjoga from going up. Yunjoga's eyes widened. Yusha thought about it for a moment, then placed his hand on Bower's abdomen and examined it thoroughly. In the end, he frowned and said, so it's this thing. What is it? When Yunjoga saw Yusha and Zishang talking as if they were talking in riddles, he was so anxious that he wanted to punch them. What the Grey-Face Emperor wants the most is a devilish embryo formed from demonic chi and baleful chi, Zishang said expressionlessly. What does he want the demonic embryo for? Yunjoga blinked. The devilish embryo was a mixture of devilish chi and baleful chi. It was one of the evilest things in the world. It was absolutely not something that a golden core stage cultivator could cultivate. If he really managed to cultivate the demonic fetus, the entire world would be destroyed. Even the golden core realm Grey-Face Emperor would be no exception. Who knows? Maybe he wants to use him as a puppet, or maybe he wants to use him as a vessel. Yusha shrugged. This kind of thing was all too common in the Devil Clan. The devilish body was the best vessel for cultivating demonic techniques. Many demonic cultivators would come up with this method to cultivate faster. However, the success rate was less than 1 in a million. Can you get rid of the demonic chi in Bower's body? No matter what the Grey-Face Emperor wanted to do, Yunjoga had to stop this evil plan. This devilish chi is very corrosive. It has already entered deep into Bower's body. If I take it out now, she will die immediately. Yusha shook his head. This was actually a very good opportunity. If he used it well, Bao Er might become a weapon against the Gray Face Emperor. Are we just going to let the devilish embryo form in Bao Er's body? Yunjioga looked disapproving. This was no joke. If things went wrong, they might all die. If the devilish embryo could form so easily, it wouldn't be called the worst of all evils. Don't worry. When the time is right, I will personally get rid of the devilish chi in Bao Er's body. I guarantee it won't affect Bao Er's life. However, the most important thing now is to seal Bao Er's memory. We don't want her to give herself away and attract the Emperor's attention. Yusha's cultivation was still sealed, so Zishang was the only one who could do this. Zishang extended his index finger and tapped Bao Er's forehead. A purple light shone on Bao Er's forehead. Her pained expression calmed down, and her tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. Yusha put Bao Er in the ear chamber that the palace maids used to keep watch at night. She then looked up at Zishang and asked, "How is Warlord? Don't tell me you didn't leave a demon I to watch him. Do you think I'm you?" Zishang looked at Yusha with disdain and said, "Warlord is still lying in Pear Garden. I think he will only wake up in the morning." Wake up in the morning. Yunjioga remembered that Warlord was still naked. If the palace maids and eunuchs came out at dawn, they would be seen naked. That's the effect I want. Zishang narrowed his eyes. If he did not embarrass Warlord once, how would he know that he was in a difficult and dangerous situation? Good idea. Yunjioga thought of poor Bao Er. He was happy to see Warlord being tricked. The effects of the invisibility pill are about to wear off. Change back to your original identity. I think the Emperor won't do anything reckless for a while after what Warlord did. Yusha quickly smeared her skin with dust and changed back into the palace maid's clothes. She then went to the ear chamber to check on Bao Er's condition. Bao Er was leaning against the chair in the ear chamber in a daze. When she heard the commotion outside, she opened her eyes in a daze and looked around her surroundings. She remembered that the Emperor had asked Miss Yin to serve him in bed last night. She was waiting outside the door for the summons when she suddenly heard the palace collapse and the sound of water on fire. Since she was not allowed to go out at night, she did not dare to go out to check. She only walked around the courtyard of Chushio Palace to make sure that the door was locked. She couldn't remember what happened after that. "Big Sister Bao Er, why are you sleeping here?" Yusha walked in with an act. When she saw Bao Er's dazed look, she quickly helped her up. "I was worried that you would be frightened and not be able to sleep well at night, so I stayed here to watch over you." Although Bao Er still did not know what happened, she instinctively found an excuse for her actions. Big Sister Bao Er is really attentive to the young lady. "But it's almost dawn. You should go wash up quickly," Yusha said considerately. All right, Bao Er was already half awake. She was back to her usual nimble self. After washing up and changing her clothes at the fastest speed, she returned to the inner hall to prepare breakfast. Then, she invited Yunjioga out. While Yunjioga was eating, he said to Bao Er, "Go out and find out what happened last night. Why is it so noisy? Did something happen in Pear Garden?" He emphasized the words, Pear Garden. Yunjioga was having breakfast. This servant will send someone to find out right now. Even if Yunjioga did not mention it, Bao Er would still go find out. This was something that she had to do as the head palace maid of Chushio Palace. Chapter 420. Yunjioga picked up the teacup and moistened his throat. Then he said to Bao Er, "I don't trust others. You should go ask yourself." "Yes." Bao Er nodded gently and went out to inquire about the news. Because the commotion last night was too big, Bao Er easily heard about it. When she came back, her beautiful face still had a shocked expression. "What's wrong?" Yunjioga put down the teacup and asked. "Miss, I've already inquired. Last night, Broken Jade Pavilion suddenly collapsed. The Emperor personally took people to extinguish the fire." Bao Er replied softly. "What about Pear Garden?" Yunjioga raised his eyebrows and asked. Bao Er blushed and said hesitantly, "Pear Garden is fine, but what?" Yunjioga frowned and his face darkened. "Don't hesitate. Say what you have to say." "Yes." Bao Er saw that Yunjioga didn't look happy. So she quickly told him what she had heard. I heard that when the eunuchs in the watering room went to the pear garden to sweep the floor, they found the warlord hanging unconscious on the pear tree without any clothes on. Because warlord's position was too conspicuous, except for the eunuchs and maids who were responsible for taking care of pear garden, all the people nearby could see it clearly. They could even count the moles on warlord's body. Warlord was hanging naked on the tree. Yun Jyoga's mouth twitched. He inexplicably remembered the scene of those cultivators who offended Zishang in Corp's sect being hung. Zishang was really dirty when he was naughty. He didn't know where he learned this bad habit of taking off people's clothes when he was unhappy. Warlord took off his clothes himself, okay? Zishang was very dissatisfied. How could he be described as a pervert? He was kind enough to wrap a circle around Warlord's waist with leaves. Actually, he wasn't hanging. I don't know who knitted a grass leaf skirt for Warlord and put a big lotus leaf in the middle. Bao said with a blushing face. A big lotus leaf in the middle. Yin Jyoga didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was better to be naked. Miss, don't forget to tell others. It'll be bad if they hear it. Bao reminded him. Although the emperor was in charge of the harem, the war king was still the emperor's younger brother. It would be dangerous for him to lose his temper. I know. Pass down the order as well. Tell the people of Chushio Palace to shut up and not talk about this matter. Yin Jyoga ordered. Even though Bao Er's memories had been sealed by Zishang, it was hard to guarantee that she would not suddenly recall the time when she was humiliated. I understand. Bao agreed with Yin Jyoga's order, so she went to do it. After Bao went out, Yusha sneaked in. Where did you go? He disappeared early in the morning. It's such a fun thing. Of course I have to go and see it myself. Yusha winked mischievously at Yin Jyoga and said with a smile, Bar didn't tell me everything just now. Actually, there's more to it. What else? Yin Jyoga asked with interest. After the warlord ran away, he went to the imperial study and made a scene with the emperor. Now, he's grounded by the emperor, Yusha said in a low voice. Grounded? Can we still find him? Yin Jyoga wanted to have a good talk with the warlord. I've already sent him a message. He said that he'll find a chance to talk to you tonight. Yusha didn't go out just to watch the show. Then I'll wait for the good news, Yin Jyoga said with a smile. In order to have a smooth private meeting with the warlord tonight, Yin Jyoga even went to Eunuch Li to ask about Grey Emperor's whereabouts. Something happened at Broken Jade Pavilion last night. His Majesty will be very busy these few days. However, His Majesty is still concerned about you, so he asked you to let him know if you need anything. Don't make yourself feel wronged, Eunuch Li said respectfully. He didn't know that Yin Jyoga didn't consummate the night before. He thought to himself that the white-skinned noblewoman was different this time. She didn't immediately send her out to have her miscarriage checked. I understand. Thank you, Eunuch Li. Knowing that Grey Emperor didn't have time to care about her, she was completely relieved. After nightfall, Yin Jyoga sent all the palace maids and eunuchs away. Only Yusha stayed with her to wait for the warlord's arrival. It wasn't until midnight that Zishang reminded her he's here. Yusha retreated to the back and hid. Now wasn't the time for her to show herself. Yin Jyoga smoothed out the wrinkles on her clothes, got up, and opened the door. She saw the black-robed emissary wearing a white mask. Why are you here? Yin Jyoga frowned. She thought Warlord would come in person. She didn't expect him to send an emissary. How insincere. Good night, Miss Yin. His Highness Warlord is grounded by His Majesty and can't move. He could only send me as an emissary to negotiate with you. I wonder if you have anything to say to him? The masked man's voice was very gentle. It was easy to believe his words. I'm only talking to Warlord himself. I don't suspect anyone else. You may leave. Although Yin Jyoga knew that this masked man was Warlord's good friend, she didn't want to talk nonsense with him. Miss, are you worried about my identity? Although I'm a black-robed emissary, I'm with His Highness Warlord. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this. The masked man took out a gray token. On it was the symbol of the Revolutionary Army. It represented his position as the deputy leader of the Revolutionary Army. I don't care who you're with. I just want to see Warlord, Yin Jyoga said firmly. The masked man was silent for a moment. He sighed and said, I can tell that Miss Yun isn't an ordinary person. Your insistence on seeing Warlord must have something to do with what happened last night. Last night, you mentioned the broken Jade Pavilion's collapse. Yun Jioga played dumb. No. The masked man gave Yun Jioga a deep look. He then said, I'm talking about the failed consummation last night. What do you mean? It seemed like this masked man knew a lot of things. Let's not beat around the bush. Since you're standing here in one piece, you should already know that the white-skinned woman was slept with by Warlord in place of His Majesty. The masked man continued. That's right. I know it was Warlord's doing, but I don't know why he did it. He doesn't look like a man blinded by greed. Yun Jioga continued the masked man's topic. I can tell you the reason, but you must help me, the masked man said. Help you with what? Yun Jioga asked. I want you to help me deal with His Majesty's Lung Hui. The masked man stared at Yun Jioga and said, You don't have to refuse. I know you have the ability. From the first time I saw you, I knew you didn't belong to this world. You're from the outside world, just like him. Yun Jioga's pupil shrank. The masked man's words contained too much information. Chapter 4:21. So that gray-faced emperor came from the outside. No wonder he could cultivate to the golden core stage. Zishang had been curious about the lack of spirit qi in this world. Everywhere was filled with killing intent. It was not easy to cultivate to the golden core stage. I was wondering why he was so weird. He didn't look like an emperor at all. Also, the rules in this palace are so messy. Yun Jioga compared the palace in Thunder Country. The palace here was like a knockoff. Everything felt strange. The masked man did not know that Yun Jioga was daydreaming. Seeing her deep gaze, he thought that she did not believe him. He took off the white mask and said, You should believe me now, right? Under the mask was a handsome man's face. He looked exactly like Warlord. The only difference was that his face was very white. It was so white that it was almost transparent. It was very strange. What's your relationship with Warlord? Yun Jioga narrowed her eyes. It was obvious that the masked man and Warlord had a special relationship. My name is Lung Bai. I'm Warlord Lung Mo's twin brother. Lung Hui is our big brother. Lung Bai narrowed his eyes and began to recount his memories. The country they lived in was called Gray Country. When children were born, they were weak white-skinned people. When their bloodline awakened, they would become gray-skinned people. The darker their skin, the stronger they were. They did not need to cultivate to have the power to fight tigers and wolves. At that time, Gray Country was not divided into ranks. Everyone was of the same status. Lung Hui was the eldest son of Gray Country's emperor. When he was born, he was the future heir. He was calm and generous. He had extraordinary talent. He loved his younger brother and cared for his people. He was a very good person. Until one day, he was seriously injured while hunting. His life was in danger. The state preceptor summoned his soul to save him. After Lung Hui came back to life, his personality changed. Not only did he become obsessed with cultivation, but he was also crazy about fair-skinned women. He requested the whole country to send fair-skinned women into his harem. Apart from that, he also plundered the wealth of the people to build a strange tower. Because he did not have enough people to build the tower, he divided the people into ranks according to their skin color. Those with dark skin were classified as untouchables. They were dragged to build the tower and did the most tiring and dirty work. At that time, Lung Bai and Lung Mo had realized that Big Brother might have been possessed by the devil. They had wanted to kill the devil, but they had been poisoned and controlled by Lung Gray instead. After Lung Bai and Lung Mo were poisoned, Lung Mo's body became stronger and stronger, but his mind became more and more muddled, and his bestial side often erupted. Lung Bai's skin was getting whiter and whiter, and his cultivation was getting higher and higher, but he had lost the ability to procreate. When Yun Jioga heard that Lung Bai had been poisoned, he could not help but interrupt him. Stretch out your hand. I'll check your pulse. Lung Bai was stunned, but he still extended his hand obediently. A glimmer of hope appeared on his face. Yun Jioga placed his hand on Lung Bai's slender and fragile wrist and discovered that there was actually no pulse to speak of. It was a completely dead body. Lung Bai's body is cursed. This is refined by a golden core cultivator's soul energy mixed with poison. Only the person who poisoned him can remove it. You have no way of removing it now. Zishang had long seen that Lung Bai was poisoned. However, he had no way of curing this poison, so he did not tell Yunjoga. It was actually a curse. Yunjoga had heard of this strange poison before. It was very similar to a curse, but it was even more troublesome. To cure it, one had to be a realm higher than the person who poisoned him. This was impossible for Yunjoga. Zishang was more likely to do so. However, it was obvious that Zishang would not waste his demonic power to do such a thing. I'm sorry, I have no way of curing it either. Yunjoga retracted his hand helplessly. It's fine. The poison that the devil used is extremely strange. There's no cure at all. I've already resigned myself to my fate. Lung Bai lowered his eyes to hide his disappointment. He retracted his hand and continued to talk about Lung Hui. After that devil-possessed Lung Hui, he had also lost the ability to procreate. That was why he had Lung Mo, who had the same bloodline as Lung Hui, take his place in bed. After those white-skinned women slept with Lung Mo, they were brought to the tower by Lung Hui and disappeared. Lung Bai had once sent assassins to check on the tower, but without exception, none of them walked out alive. I originally wanted to go there personally, but as long as I get close to the tower, Lung Hui will immediately sense it and increase the dosage of the poison. When my skin becomes completely transparent, I will die. It doesn't matter if I die, but I can't watch the devil in Lung Hui's body destroy this country. Since you were able to come to our gray nation safely from the outside, you must have a way to deal with that devil. Lung Bai stared at Yunjoga as if he was looking at a savior. It seems that this Lung Hui has been possessed. The power suppressing him should be the sole power that Lung Hui left behind, Zishang said thoughtfully. Then as long as we help to strengthen Lung Hui's soul power, won't we be able to send the person who has possessed him flying? Yunjoga immediately asked. A soul that had lost its body was very weak. It would be easy to deal with it. We don't have anything that can strengthen Lung Hui's soul power now. Moreover, the possessed cultivator is already in the Golden Core realm. It won't be that easy to get rid of him, Zishang said calmly. This nameless Golden Core had possessed Lung Hui for so long. It was already deeply rooted in his body. It would be very difficult to get rid of it. Lung Bai might have a way. After all, they are blood brothers. Yunjoga said optimistically. Then you should ask him. Zishang said without much hope. Then I'll ask. Yunjoga came back to his senses and said to the nervous Lung Bai, I do have a way to deal with that possessed devil. Actually, I've already discovered a mysterious power that can suppress the devil. It should be the sole power that your big brother left behind. That means my big brother is still alive? Lung Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. If you can awaken your big brother, we have the confidence to deal with that devil. Yunjoga nodded. Then how do we awaken him? Lung Bai asked anxiously. I don't know. This devil was summoned by you guys. Think of a way yourself. Yunjoga threw the question back at him. Lung Bai frowned and said, although the one who summoned him was the Grand Preceptor, the Grand Preceptor doesn't know the inside story. Is the Grand Preceptor still alive? Yunjoga asked. To be able to summon a Golden Core cultivator from the outside world meant that he was quite powerful. Ever since the Grand Preceptor helped Big Brother summon his soul, he suffered a backlash from heaven. He's been in seclusion at home. I haven't seen him for a long time. Lung Bai sighed. Bring me to him. Compared to going head-on with the Golden Core cultivator, Yunjoga was more inclined to take a roundabout way to save the country. Hence, she would definitely not let go of any clues. I can bring you to him, but Lung Hui is watching you very closely. It'll be very difficult for you to leave the palace. Lung Bai looked troubled. It had taken him a lot of effort to sneak in tonight. Chapter 422. You don't have to worry about that. Go and make the arrangements now. I'll wait for you at the palace gate. Yunjoga had Yu Sha as a substitute. Leaving was a simple task. All right, I'll go and make the arrangements now. Lungbai trusted Yunjioga and left immediately. After Lungbai left, Yunjioga called Yusha out. Pretend to be me and stay here. Lungbai and I will go see the Grandmaster. You and Zishan go on dates every day and leave me here alone. That's too much. Yusha was very unhappy. She risked her life to follow Lady Goddess to this secret realm, but was used like a tool. She didn't even have a chance to be alone with her. How was she supposed to win back Lady Goddess's heart? Listen to me. This is serious business. Yunjioga comforted without any sincerity. No, not unless you kiss me. Yusha's pretty face was glowing as she looked at Yunjioga coquettishly. Her cherry lips were very alluring. It was undeniable that Yusha was beautiful like this. Even if she was a male demon deep in her soul, it didn't diminish her charm. If Yunjioga was a man, he would definitely fall for her. Unfortunately, Yunjioga was a straight woman. No matter how ridiculous she was in her past life, and how many lovers she was only interested in Zishang now. Hence, facing Yusha's coquettish behavior, Yunjioga just wanted to run away. Ignore her. Give her a slap, and she'll know how to write the word dutiful. Zishang's voice was gloomy. It looked like he wanted to do it himself. Yusha, listen to me. I won't mistreat you in the future. Yunjioga wasn't as cruel as Zishang. He couldn't destroy a flower. After comforting Yusha, he turned and ran. Juga. Yusha stared at Yunjioga's disappearing silhouette with a bewildered look on her pretty face. She then pinched her ample bosom and mumbled to herself. Could it be that the saint isn't interested in this body? Speaking of which, the tomboys that the saint has been courting in the past were all flat-chested. Yusha thought she had found a reason why Lady Goddess despised her. She was extremely annoyed. If she had known this would happen, she would have attached herself to a man. It was easier for her to be a man. However, Lady Goddess's heart had always been unpredictable. As long as she didn't ask her to leave, she would still have a chance. Let's wait and see. As Yusha's imagination ran wild, he did not forget to disguise his face. He had followed the goddess for so many years and understood her temperament very well. Usually, she could do whatever she wanted to please her, but as long as she gave him a task, if he couldn't complete it, he could only get lost. The goddess would never keep a useless person. Even if it was a lover, she would choose the strongest one. But then again, if they weren't strong enough, they would have been killed by Zishang a long time ago. At that time, Zishang was the strongest man by the goddess' side. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't make the goddess pregnant and give birth to the child of life, the goddess wouldn't have gone around looking for lovers to give birth to. However, in this life, the goddess seemed to be completely bewitched by that fellow, Zishang. She didn't know if she still had the chance to rise to the top. It seemed that he still had to seize the opportunity to please the goddess. Otherwise, when those troublesome fellows rushed over, the competition would be even greater. Yusha lay on the bed, thinking about the goddess. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. At this moment, a gust of wind with a faint fishy smell drifted in from outside. Yusha's body tensed up, but he soon relaxed and pretended to fall asleep. A moment later, a black silhouette entered the room without a sound. He stood by the bed and stared at Yusha. Then, he suddenly bent down and moved closer to Yusha's neck. His nostrils flared like a wild beast looking for prey. Yusha didn't need to open her eyes to know that the person who came was Lung Hui. She tried her best to relax her breathing so that Lung Hui wouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Lung Hui sniffed Yusha's body and knocked her out with a palm strike. He carried her on his shoulder and took her away. Before Yusha fainted, she only had time to send a message to Zishang and Yunjioga with her thoughts before she fainted. At this moment, Yunjioga and Lung Bai had just boarded the carriage and were about to head to the Grand Preceptor's residence, which was located 30 miles away from the capital. The Grand Preceptor used to live in the palace's observatory. Ever since he was struck by divine retribution, he returned to his old house and refused to see any guests. Lung Bai introduced the Grand Preceptor's life to Yunjioga on the carriage. The Grey Kingdom didn't have a Grand Preceptor in the past. That was until a natural disaster struck 100 years ago. A gust of murderous aura descended from the sky and spread like a plague. Those infected by the murderous aura would turn into walking corpses and go around killing people. Back then, the people were panicking and the Grey Kingdom was in danger of being destroyed. Later on, the Grand Preceptor saved the people of the world with a murderous pill he invented. The Emperor of the Grey Kingdom at the time was Lung Bai's grandfather. He cultivated the observatory in the palace and invited the Grand Preceptor back. The Grand Preceptor had a profound cultivation base and boundless transcendence energy. He was also very concerned about the people. Every time there was a natural disaster, he would inform the imperial court in advance and help the people avoid many disasters. When my big brother's life was in danger, my father knelt down and begged the Grand Preceptor to save his life. The Grand Preceptor said that my big brother's soul had already left and could only be summoned by someone with the bloodline of a relative. My father volunteered himself, and the Grand Preceptor used another 49 sacrifices to successfully summon my big brother's soul back. I didn't expect a devil to follow my big brother back. Lung Bai's heart ached when he said this. He thought his big brother had passed away. He didn't expect his big brother's soul to still be around. It was just suppressed by the devil. This meant that the Grand Preceptor's soul-summoning art was a success. Wasn't the murderous corpse arcane realm opened 100 years ago? Could this Grand Preceptor be an outsider as well? Yin Jioga asked Zishang secretly. It's very possible, but we'll only know the specifics when we see him in person, Zishang said cautiously. At that moment, Lung Bai spoke. We're here. Yin Jioga followed him down the carriage. In front of them was a gloomy manor. The surroundings were filled with tall locust trees, covering the manor tightly. The morning sun was very bright, but it couldn't penetrate at all. Yin Jioga looked at the locust trees and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. It was as if she was in a graveyard. This is the soul sealing formation. Someone wants to seal the Grand Preceptor's soul here, Zishang said solemnly. It must be the person who possessed Lung Hui. He's so worried about the Grand Preceptor's soul escaping. This means that the Grand Preceptor must know something. Yin Jioga felt that she had made the right decision to come here. Lung Bai saw Yin Jioga staring at the locust trees and explained, after the Grand Preceptor suffered the backlash, he was afraid of sunlight. He found someone to hasten the growth of these trees. Didn't Lung Hui find someone to hasten the growth? Yin Jioga raised her eyebrows. This answer didn't match what she had imagined. It's not Lung Hui. It's the Grand Preceptor, Lung Bai said with certainty. It's useless to ask him. Let's go in first, Zishang urged. He had already received news that Yusha had been taken away by Lung Hui. There was no time to waste here. Chapter 423. All right, I'll go in now. Yin Jioga could feel Zishang's anxiety, so he climbed over the wall and entered the manor. Hey, wait. Lung Bai wanted to enter through the main door, but he could only follow. It was even darker inside the manor. He could vaguely see the servants busying about in silence. Their vitality was so weak that they were like the living dead. Where's the Grand Preceptor? Yin Jioga asked Lung Bai in a low voice. In the courtyard on the west side. I'll take you there. Lung Bai walked through the corridor and headed towards the most remote corner on the west side. The further he went, the darker it got. There was no light at all in broad daylight. If the people at the outermost area were the living dead, then the people at the inner area were the walking dead. Lung Bai was shocked when he saw the walking dead. He even wanted to kill them. Don't be meddlesome. Finding the Grand Preceptor is more important. Yin Jioga quickly stopped him. No, if we let these walking dead out, they'll endanger the entire Grey Nation. Ever since the baleful Aura disaster broke out 100 years ago, the Grey Nation's royal family issued an order to kill all the walking dead in the world. We'll talk about it later. These walking dead won't be able to escape. Seeing Lung Bai's insistence, Yin Jioga could only take out several corpse control talismans from his storage bag and toss them over. After the walking dead were hit by the talismans, they obediently stood at the side and did not move. As long as I light the talismans, those walking dead will burn themselves to death. Is that okay? Yun Juga asked. All right. Although Lung Bai was still unwilling, he did not insist and continued to lead Yun Juga to the west courtyard. The west courtyard was so dark that one could not even see their fingers in front of them. It was filled with a thick aura of death. A foul smell came from the dark courtyard. It was the smell of rotting corpses. Why is it so smelly? Lung Bai could not help but seal his nose aperture. The last time he visited the Grand Preceptor, the west courtyard was dark but clean. Looks like you're about to die. Yun Juga's expression was solemn. Impossible. Lung Bai anxiously pushed open the courtyard's old gate and walked into the smelly room. He immediately saw the Grand Preceptor lying on the moldy bed. The Grand Preceptor before him could no longer be called a human. He was a pile of bones and rotting flesh. There were even maggots wriggling in the rotting flesh. Grand Preceptor, Lung Bai's face turned even paler. He used all his strength to cover his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting. Heh. The Imperial Tutor's half-rotten mouth let out a series of gasping sounds. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. How could this be? Lung Bai did not expect the backlash from the State Preceptor's heavenly wrath to be so severe. This is not the wrath of heaven. Someone trapped his soul in his rotten body to torture him, Yun Juga said calmly. Could it be that demon? Why would he do that? Lung Bai's eyes widened. The Grand Preceptor had gone into seclusion after summoning the spirits and had not had any contact with Lung Hui. How could he have offended that devil? You'll have to ask the Imperial Preceptor. Yun Juga was certain that the Imperial Preceptor knew something. The Imperial Preceptor is already in such a state. What else can he ask? Lung Bai looked sorrowfully at the half-dead Grand Tutor. He didn't expect the Grey Kingdom's hero to end up in such a miserable state. It was all his negligence. When he got back, he would definitely punish those servants who served him. This is indeed a problem. Yun Juga frowned. The Imperial Preceptor's tongue was already half-rotten, and he couldn't speak at all. His hands were only bones left. He probably couldn't write either. How was he supposed to communicate with him? Why go through so much trouble? Just search his soul directly, Zishang said coldly. Search his soul? Yun Juga was in a difficult position. The Imperial Preceptor was not an enemy. She couldn't do such a cruel thing. He was tortured by that golden core cultivator. As long as we help him take revenge, he will definitely be willing to let us search his soul. If you don't believe me, you can ask him, Zishang said confidently. All right. Yun Juga decided to give a try. He asked the Imperial Preceptor, Imperial Preceptor, I'm here to investigate the demon that possessed Emperor Lung Hui. Are you willing to let us search his soul? No. Before the Imperial Preceptor could reply, Lung Bai had already rejected him. The soul-searching art was so cruel. How could they use it on the Imperial Preceptor? Hee. The Imperial Preceptor took a deep breath and nodded with all his might. See, I told you he would agree. Zishang looked as if he had already expected it. Imperial Preceptor. Lung Bai was at a loss. Since the Imperial Preceptor agrees, let's search. Yun Juga saw that Lung Bai was still hesitating. She said unhappily, if you dilly-dally now, not only will you increase the Imperial Preceptor's pain, you will also delay us from saving your big brother. Lung Bai thought of her big brother, who was being suppressed by the demon. In the end, she still nodded and agreed. All right, hand the body to me. I will search it. Zishang was worried about Yun Juga's technique. All right. Yun Juga closed her eyes in trust and handed the body to Zishang. Lung Bai, who was waiting anxiously at the side, saw that Yun Juga didn't move for a long time. Just as she was about to ask about the situation, Yun Juga suddenly opened her eyes. Her entire aura changed. There was a faint purple glow in the depths of her black eyes. She became cold and arrogant, inviolable. Lung Bai couldn't help but take a step back. She felt respect for the current Yun Juga from the bottom of her heart. Zishang didn't care about Lung Bai's rich inner thoughts. She walked straight to the Imperial Preceptor. She opened her fair and tender palm and aimed it at the Imperial Preceptor. A purple mist was spat out from her palm and wrapped around the Imperial Preceptor's head. Yoga's soul was hiding in his consciousness. He could clearly see the masses of consciousness being transmitted from the Imperial Preceptor. The truth was immediately revealed to the world. It turned out that the Imperial Preceptor was just an ordinary gray-skinned warrior. 100 years ago, he accidentally fell into a cliff crack near a volcano and obtained a supreme cultivation technique. The cultivation technique was written by a golden core cultivator called Cho Shan. It introduced a marrow cleansing pill. As long as one consumed it, they would achieve great success in the cultivation technique. At that time, the Imperial Preceptor was bewitched. He followed the method recorded in the book to collect the ingredients. In the end, he really refined a black marrow cleansing pill. After he consumed the marrow cleansing pill, a soul named Cho Shan suddenly appeared from the supreme cultivation technique and entered his body. It turned out that everything was Cho Shan's scheme. Cho Shan was originally a late-stage golden core cultivator from the outside world. When he accidentally fell into this space, his body was destroyed. His life depended on himself. He used a secret technique to hide his soul. Then, he released a supreme cultivation technique and waited for the host to appear. After Cho Shan took over the Imperial Preceptor's body, he killed 99 gray-skinned people. Then, he used their souls to set up an evil formation to summon the pestilence baleful Qi to lead to the Gray Kingdom. When the Gray Kingdom's emperor was helpless, he appeared with the antidote and successfully became the Gray Kingdom's Imperial Preceptor. In the next 100 years, Cho Shan began a plan to build a tower that could connect with the baleful Qi of heaven and earth. Other than that, he also secretly captured many people for research. There were men, women, young, old, and all kinds of skin color. He even secretly brought back a descendant of the Gray Kingdom's royal family, who was not favored. Later, he discovered that the fair-skinned women in this arcane realm had the potential to develop the demonic attraction physique. That was the best vessel to cultivate a baleful demon fetus. Chapter 424. After Cho Shan discovered the white-skinned woman's secret, he became even crazier. He spent a great deal of effort researching the demonic attraction powder and secretly placed it in the water source to change the physique of the entire Gray Nation. Although this was a huge project, he had finally succeeded after persevering for 100 years. 80% of the white-skinned women had the demon-attracting physique. It was just that this artificially cultivated physique was very fragile, and there was no way to give birth to a demonic embryo in one go. Thus, Cho Shan began another plan. He plotted to heavily injure Lung Hui, then had the Imperial Preceptor pretend to summon the soul into Lung Hui's body. Then, he used the power of the Emperor to build a tall tower, and frantically searched for the white-skinned woman and placed her in the tower to be nurtured. Because the Grand Preceptor's stubborn resistance over the past 100 years had caused Cho Shan a lot of trouble. After Cho Shan entered Lung Hui's body, he set up this evil spirit array to trap the Grand Preceptor in the rotting body and torture him. If Cho Shan knew that his pettiness had caused him to be exposed, would he regret it? I don't know if he will regret it or not. I only know that Cho Shan must be related to Cho Sr., Zi Shang said with certainty. It's just that they have the same surname. They might not be related. Yoga felt that there was some involvement. Cho-san once said that we can find the treasure map if we get the bloody bead. Later, the bloody bead exploded, and we came here to meet Cho-shan. Do you think it's a coincidence? Anyway, he didn't think so. You mean the last piece of the treasure map is in Cho-shan? Yoga was excited. That's right. That's the only explanation. If Cho-san didn't know Cho-shan, how could he know the secret of the bloody killing bead and the treasure map? If the treasure map is really with Cho-shan, then we didn't come here for nothing. Yoga suddenly became excited. Originally, he thought that he was just unlucky to fall into this godforsaken place. He never thought that he would be able to find the last piece of the treasure map. Miss Yin, did you find any news from the soul search? The Grand Preceptor is dying. Lung Bai looked at the Grand Preceptor, who was gradually losing his breath, and immediately became anxious. The Imperial Preceptor has already gone to where he should go. With a flick of Yunjoga's finger, a wisp of white flame landed on the imperial tutor's body, instantly burning him to ashes. This pitiful state preceptor had been dragged by Choshan alive for 100 years. He had long wanted to be free. Did the state preceptor say anything about how to deal with that devil? Lung Bai continued to ask. No, but the Grand Preceptor has already told us the name of the devil. Yunjoga told Lung Bai about the information regarding Choshan that he had obtained from the Grand Preceptor's soul. Choshan has been hiding for 100 years. Lung Bai felt a chill run down his spine. Could they really defeat that devil after setting up so many traps for 100 years? Don't be discouraged. I already know the method to stimulate your big brother's soul power, Yunjoga said confidently. The reason why the state preceptor was able to resist Choshan for 100 years as a mortal was because of his deep love for the Grey Kingdom. Lung Hui had always been a competent emperor, and his love for the Grey Kingdom was only deeper than the state preceptor's. As long as he set it up properly, he would definitely be able to awaken Lung Hui's soul. Then let's hurry back, lest a long night brings trouble. The more Lung Bai understood Choshan's background, the more he feared him. Now he just wanted to get him out of his big brother's body as soon as possible. There's no rush. Destroy this manor first to prevent the deathly aura from escaping, said Yunjoga. I'll get someone to deal with it later. Even if Yunjoga had not mentioned it, Lung Bai would have destroyed all the walking corpses in this manor. Get someone to chop down the surrounding trees first. Wait for sunlight to shine into every corner of the manor before you kill the walking corpses. This step cannot be wrong, or else the consequences will be very serious, Yunjoga instructed sternly. Although this soul-trapping formation was not complicated, destroying it recklessly would cause the deathly aura to explode. When that happened, all living things within a 10-mile radius would be killed. I'll keep an eye on it personally, Lung Bai nodded solemnly, then asked, Is there anything I need to do in the palace? Compared to this manor, Lung Bai was more concerned about the palace and his big brother. Get War King Lung Mo here. The two of you will be able to deal a heavy blow to Choshan if you work together. These two brothers were definitely the key to defeating Choshan. All right, I'll go look for Lung Mo now, Lung Bai said impatiently. Since he was about to fall out with Choshan, there was no point in grounding him. I'll wait for you at Chushio Palace. Yunjoga boarded the horse carriage after parting ways with Lung Bai. He then said to Zishang, When we get back, let Yusha make the arrangements. She's the best at this sort of thing. Yusha's been captured by Choshan, Zishang said coldly. When did this happen? Yunjoga's face was filled with shock. Yusha had actually been captured. Just now. But don't worry, she'll be fine. With Wan Sha's character, Zishang was not worried that he would be at a disadvantage. Then let's hurry back to the palace and make the arrangements. Yunjoga returned to Chushio Palace anxiously. Bao and the others still did not know that Yusha had been captured. They saw that Yunjoga was still the same as before. Bao follow me. Yunjoga sent everyone away, leaving Bao alone. Bao did not suspect anything and obediently followed Yunjoga into the inner hall. Lie on the bed. Yunjoga pointed at the big bed in the inner hall and then closed the door. I dare not. Bao knelt down in fear and trepidation. She thought that she had done something wrong to offend Yunjoga. I told you to lie down, so lie down. Yunjoga waved his hand impatiently. Light purple spiritual energy turned into a rope and tied Bao to the bed. Spare me, miss. Bao panicked and shouted. Then she realized that her throat was tight and she could not speak anymore. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Close your eyes and everything will be fine when you wake up. Yunjoga reached out his palm and wiped Bao's face. Bao slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Yunjoga's gaze fell on Bao's flat stomach. The devilish chi that Warlord had planted there was sealed by Yusha. What she needed to do was to release the devilish chi and create the illusion of a devil fetus to trick Choshan. Although Bao would suffer a little, she would let Zishang get rid of the devilish chi after the deed was done. She would not let Bao Er's life be in danger. Let's begin. Zishang revealed himself and stood beside Yunjoga. All right. Yunjoga took out various medicinal ingredients from his storage pouch and prepared to refine the fake devil pill. Zishang set up layers of illusory formations with the big bed as the center. When everything was ready, Lung Bai and Lung Mo finally snuck into Chusho Palace. Miss Yin, I'm sorry. What happened that day was not my intention. Lung Mo looked at Yunjoga guiltily. Although he did not really violate Yunjoga, he had taken advantage of her. He was guilty. The person you feel the most sorry for is Bao not me. Yusha had only taken advantage of her by taking her place, but Bao had been hurt badly by Lung Mo. Chapter 425. Lung Mo was slightly surprised as he looked at Bao, who was sleeping soundly on the big bed. He vaguely remembered that when the drug took effect, he had casually grabbed a palace maid and taken her to the pear garden. Could it be her? Over the years, Lung Mo had hurt many women under Cho Shan's control. However, those women were all taken into the high tower, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The only one who escaped was Bao, the palace maid. Because of this, he would treat Bao well. Don't worry, Miss Yun. I will definitely give Bao an explanation, Lung Mo said solemnly. Let's talk about this later. The most important thing right now is to deal with Cho Shan. This was Lung Mo and Bao's business. They should deal with it themselves, but not now. All right. Lung Mo collected his thoughts and asked Yunjoga, what should we do then? The two of you take these 2 purple lightning exorcism palace cards and stand here. When I make a gesture, use your most shrill voice to shout for help. Yunjoga had made several arrangements. The call of kinship was also a very important part of it. As for the purple thunder exorcism talisman, it was a gift that she had specially prepared for Cho Shan. She hoped that it would come in handy when the time came. All right. Lung Bai and Lung Mo stood at the designated position and stared at Yunjoga nervously. Yunjoga walked to the side of the bed and placed the fake demon pill in Bao's mouth. Bao's throat moved as she swallowed. Then, her belly slowly bulged. A ball of black mist rolled around Bao's belly, emitting a terrifying aura. From the outside, the entire roof of Chusho Palace was filled with gray smoke. That was a symptom that would only appear when a devil fetus was taking shape. Inside the tall tower, Cho Shan was searching for his escaped prey, the Jade Fiend. When he noticed the commotion, he immediately turned his head to look in the direction of Chusho Palace. Last time, Lung Mo had eaten his devil attraction pill, but failed to consummate the marriage with a white-skinned woman from Chusho Palace. Later, the drug took effect, and she ran away. He didn't care which palace maid was unlucky. Could it be that the palace maid had successfully nurtured the demonic embryo? When Cho Shan thought of this, he became extremely excited. He had been in this godforsaken place for 100 years and had always wanted to cultivate a demonic fetus so that he could return to the outside world. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. The Fiend Corp's secret realm was about to close. If they could not leave, they would have to wait another 100 years. He didn't have that kind of patience, which was why he was frantically trying to hasten the birth of the demonic embryo. Who would have thought that there would be a naturally bred, devilish fetus? That was the perfect vessel. Cho Shan couldn't care less about catching the escaping prey. He immediately turned and flew towards Chusho Palace. However, he didn't rush and rashly. Instead, he kept pacing around outside, trying to see if there were any traps inside. Yunjoga was using his divine sense to observe the situation outside. He noticed that Cho Shan was lingering outside Chusho Palace. He decisively took out the Thunderfire needle and pierced it into Bao's belly. The black mist in Bao's stomach began to cry like a baby. When Cho Shan, who was hesitating outside, heard this voice, he no longer cared about anything else and immediately rushed towards Chusho Palace. As soon as he pounced into the inner hall, he noticed beams of light lighting up. A gigantic water screen appeared in front of him, displaying the scene of the Grey Nation's citizens being forced to the brink of destruction by the black-robed emissary. The people of the Grey Nation were destitute and homeless, weeping bitterly. 9 out of 10 houses were empty, and the land was barren. It was incomparably miserable. Cho-shan was cold by nature and regarded ordinary people as ants. Such a scene could not move him, but only made him feel bored. However, his chest mysteriously throbbed with pain. The cold, gray soul force he suppressed began to fluctuate intensely. Damn it! Cho-shan gritted his teeth and used all his strength to suppress it. If not for the fact that killing Lung Hui would lead to the death of this body, he wouldn't have let Lung Hui live. Yin Zhoge noticed Cho-shan's strange behavior and immediately raised his hand and gestured to Lung Bai and Lung Mo. The two brothers cried out for help at the same time. "Big brother, save me!" Lung Hui's soul force, which had been suppressed by Cho-shan, surged again. For the first time, he suppressed Cho-shan and cried out, "Little White, Little Mo, where are you?" "Big brother!" Lung Bai and Lung Mo cried out in surprise. Just as they were about to run out, Lung Hui was suppressed by Cho-shan again. "Behave yourself. Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. At most, I'll just change my body." Cho-shan threatened Lung Hui fiercely. "You two continue shouting. Tell us more about your past, such as how your father and the state preceptor sacrificed themselves for justice." Yin Zhoge hurriedly urged Lung Bai, and Lung Mo. Lung Bai immediately said, "Big brother, father was killed by that demon, Cho-shan, in order to save you." The state preceptor was also killed by Cho-shan. Actually, Cho-shan was the one who caused the baneful aura disaster 100 years ago. He set up a formation in the state preceptor's manor and wanted to destroy our Grey Nation again. "Big brother, our Grey Nation is in danger. Only you can save our people." Lung Bai and Lung Mo echoed each other. Lung Hui's soul force surged again, and he roared angrily, "Damn Cho-shan, get out of my body. Now, Zishang, hurry up and attack," Yin Zhoge said excitedly. Zishang charged forward like a ghost and slammed his palm on Lung Hui's Baihui acupoint. Lung Hui was fighting with Cho-shan over his body. Just as he was about to be killed by the enraged Cho-shan, an extremely dense soul force surged into his soul. Lung Hui immediately felt as if he was being helped by God. He kicked Cho-shan out of his body. Yin Zhoge saw a thick black fog erupt from Lung Hui's body. Inside the fog was a hideous man's face. It was Cho-shan's soul. She raised her evil sword and slashed at Cho-shan's soul. However, she was repelled by the power of Cho-shan's soul. However, this was normal. The soul of a golden core cultivator was not something she could deal with right now. Although Cho-shan hated Yin Zhoge to the core, the most important thing now was to find a new body. Hence, he turned around and pounced at Lung Mo. However, he did not expect that when he got close to Lung Mo, a purple lightning would suddenly appear on Lung Mo's body. Cho-shan could not dodge in time and was hit. He immediately screamed and rushed out of Chushio Palace, flying towards the tall tower. Yin Zhoge wanted to chase after him, but Zishang stopped him. "Don't chase a desperate enemy." Zishang shook his head. Cho-shan had been in the palace for so many years, so he must have set up countless traps. If he chased after him rashly, he would only fall into his trap. It was better to remove all the traps first, then go to the tall tower to kill him. All right. Although Yin Zhoge was unwilling, he still listened to Zishang and stopped in his tracks. Then, he turned to look at Lung Hui, who was standing in the center of the formation. After Lung Hui regained his senses, he hugged his two younger brothers and cried tears of excitement. "Big brother is back. You're safe now. Big brother, big brother." Lung Bai and Lung Mo cried tears of joy. They cried like two children. "Don't celebrate too early. We still have a lot of things to do." Although Yin Zhoge did not want to dampen their spirits, the situation was dire. They had to rush into the tall tower before Cho-shan recovered. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.